Да, слышу, слышу. Спасибо, ПТС. Слышу, слышу, ПТС, я уже говорил. До начала турнира остается 5 минут.
And we welcome you live inside the International Boxing Center in Moscow, Russia for IBA Champions Night. A big night of action from Moscow, Russia, all concluding with our main event between the WBA Bridgerweight champion Muslim GADZHIMAGOMEDOV and the former world title challenger Thabiso MCHUNU. The biggest fight in the pro career of GADZHIMAGOMEDOV, the Olympic medalist, as he takes on MCHUNU, who hopes to take another step towards a world title opportunity that has agonizingly eluded him a title in his career thus far. As we take a look at tonight's fight card, 3 pro bouts as governed by the Russian Boxing Federation. You see those 3 at the bottom of your screen, GADZHIMAGOMEDOV and MCHUNU as well. Artem SUSLENKOV, the Russian heavyweight contender, taking on Big Jack MULOWAYI, and Dmitry ZAKHAROV and Saidjamshid. JAFAROV, a terrific matchup of high-level amateurs. Well, let's send it down to the center of the ring to get the evening underway.
Супервайзер Федерации бокса России, руководитель департамента профессионального бокса Олег Агеев. Супервайзер IBF, президент Евразийского боксерского парламента Михаил Денисов. Судьи и рефери. Из Германии Свен Графе, также представляющий Германию Йорк Мильке. Сергей Летунов, Ираклий Малазония, Александр Калинкин, Алексей Козлов, все России. А также Эмиль Гурбаналиев, Азербайджан, Сергей Журкин, Россия, Валерий Пастухов, Молдова, Сергей Крутасов, Россия. Судья-хронометрист Михаил Куликов, Россия. Врач турнира Виктория Гамеева, Россия. Итак, уважаемые дамы и господа, официальные лица готовы. Боксеры готовы. А готова ли Москва к битве? Фанаты Его Величества бокса, вы готовы? В прямом эфире на телеканале «Матч Боец» с арены Международного центра бокса «Винлайн». Ночь чемпионов IBA. К вашему вниманию первый поединок вечера. 6-раундовый бой IBA Pro во втором полусреднем весе. В первом полусреднем весе. И представляю вам судейский корпус. Судьи у ринга. Валерий Пастухов, Молдова, Эмиль Гурбаналиев, Азербайджан и Сергей Крутасов, Россия. С ударом гонга рефери Сергей Журкин. А в черный угол приглашается боксер из Камеруна по прозвищу Метеор. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the black corner from Cameroon, Mouhamed, the shooting star, OUMAROU.
Hey, NC 6. And what? Dalla kusoma lumuzoma there. Without to the muchigaba. Akomuna kukaba. Okay.
This is our opening contest, being contested at 63.5 kg, so effectively the super lightweight division. This is Mouhamed OUMAROU, one of the amateur standouts on the elite level from Cameroon. He has a pro record of 3-0. All of those pro bouts took place in 2021 before going back to the amateur circuit, where he's been fighting again at a high level within the IBA as an amateur, now taking part in his first IBA pro bout here tonight in Moscow.
В золотой угол ринга приглашается его соперник из России. Welcome to the gold corner from Russia, Tamerlan, OZDOEV.
Tamerlan OZDOEV makes his way to the ring here tonight for the second time, entering an IBA pro ring. He's 1-0, native of St. Petersburg, Russia. Placed third at the Russian Nationals in the under-22 category in May of last year. Now 22 years of age, and perhaps starting to focus a little more on what his trajectory will be as a professional fighter. Tonight taking on Mouhamed in our opening contest. Again, a 7-fight card for you here tonight. 4 bouts on the IBA pro circuit, followed by 3 more as governed by the Russian Boxing Federation, all concluding with our main event between GADZHIMAGOMEDOV and MCHUNU. We're ready for our opening contest, so let's send it back down to the center of the ring.
Ladies and gentlemen, 6 rounds of boxing for the IBA Pro Light Welterweight Contest. Представляю вам соперников и первым боксера в черном углу. Introducing to first, fighting out of the black corner. Ему 22 года, рост 175 сантиметров, вес 63,45 килограмма. Профессиональный рекорд 3 победы, включая 2 победы нокаутом без поражений. Ladies and gentlemen, he's 22 years old, standing 175 centimeters tall, weighing at 63.45 kilograms. His professional record, 3 victories, including 2 wins by way of knockout, no losses. Дамы и господа, он 5-кратный чемпион Камеруна, бронзовый медалист чемпионата Африки среди юниоров. Ladies and gentlemen, he is Cameroon national 5-time champion and bronze medal at the African Youth Championship. Representing from Tula, Cameroon, here is Mouhamed, the shining star, OUMAROU. Его соперник в золотом углу. Fighting out of the gold corner. Ему 22 года. Рост 174 сантиметра. Вес 63,5 килограмма. Профессиональный рекорд. 1 бой, который завершен победой. Ladies and gentlemen, he's 22 years old, standing 174 centimeters tall, weighing at 63.5 kilograms. His professional record, 1 bout, 1 victory. Он призер чемпионата России среди молодежи. Ladies and gentlemen, he's youth Russian National Championship prize winner. Из Санкт-Петербурга, Россия, Tamerlan OZDOEV.
Listen and follow my command. Good luck.
And we take a look at the tail of the tape for our opening contest. A couple of 22-year-old prospects going at it. You see OUMAROU with a slight height advantage in this one. 2 fighters
Box.
who've been very successful on the youth level, the junior level, as amateurs. OZDOEV, we mentioned his placement at the most recent under-22 Russian National Championship. Picked up bronze, the former Russian youth amateur champion. And both men really eager to work on the inside. OZDOEV connecting on a nice left hook up top. Good body work from both fighters here in the early going. Again, both of these fighters very familiar with that 3-round amateur format. No surprise that they've come out as hot as they have in terms of the tempo. And that is one of the challenges for young fighters like this who enter the IBA pro circuit. Fighters like OZDOEV and OUMAROU still very active on the elite amateur circuit as well. So a different kind of thinking inside of the ring in terms of pacing. Slip to the outside there from OUMAROU as he lands a good left hook to the body. consistent volume from both men here in the early going. Sneaky uppercut there from OZDOEV on the inside. Hard right hand over the top there from OZDOEV. OUMAROU having a little bit of trouble with regards to his range right now. You've seen a couple of times kind of jabbing from no man's land. There's a better range for him, but as he's stepping inside, he's getting touched up by OZDOEV, who has just kept the volume going from the opening bell. Inside the final minute here of round one. High output from both fighters. OZDOEV steps inside the wider work of OUMAROU there a moment ago and connects on another good left hook. Three-punch combination from OZDOEV, and again, excellent timing from OZDOEV. You heard the reaction from his corner there a moment ago, just walking OUMAROU into a beautiful counter left hand. Final 10 seconds of the opening round. Everything working for Tamerlan OZDOEV in the opening frame as he connects on one more good left hook to the body.
Round two.
Box.
Round two underway. Our opening contest in the super lightweight division between Tamerlan OZDOEV and Mouhamed OUMAROU. Excellent start from OZDOEV in the opening frame. We last saw him in IBA pro action in December, just over a month ago, picking up a 4-round unanimous decision over Gabriel. That was in his hometown of St. Petersburg. OUMAROU obviously a long way from home here tonight. I mentioned his only pro action was on the local circuit in Cameroon. Last fight was all the way back in 2021, as we referenced. 4-round decision over Mouhamed Alexis. A big opportunity for him here tonight to expand back into a pro format and also pick up the biggest payday of his young career. He's going to have to earn it. He just ate another terrific left hook there from OZDOEV. Good exchange, but OZDOEV again getting the best of it with those sharp right hands over the top. OUMAROU trying to match OZDOEV's tempo here in the second round. Final 2 minutes of that opening frame. He was certainly getting outworked. Good acknowledgement from the OUMAROU corner to try and make that adjustment. But again, got a guy in front of him in OZDOEV who's clearly there to match that tempo. But OUMAROU connecting on a couple good right hands. OZDOEV tries to reset. Nice left hook counter over the top there, and another. Much better work from OUMAROU here in the second round. Good adjustments from the standout from Cameroon.
Cameroon, no holding.
In OUMAROU's amateur contest, he's been at his best using his length from the outside, and when he keeps that active jab, he's given guys a lot of trouble. Just ate another good left hook from OZDOEV. OUMAROU kind of fighting contrary to his strengths here tonight. There you saw kind of flashes of it. Is that piston arrow straight jab from the outside. But tonight has been dragged into trench warfare by OZDOEV. A better round for OUMAROU. See how the judges assess that one. Another good action round in our opening contest. We see some of the action from the opening round, and again, it's the good and the bad of Mouhamed OUMAROU. Those terrific jabs from the outside, but there, the defensive lapses. Getting cracked by those left hooks from OZDOEV.
Round 3.
Time. Box.
Round 3 underway between Tamerlan OZDOEV, former Russian youth amateur champion, and Mouhamed OUMAROU, former bronze medalist at the African Youth Championships, who started boxing at the age of 9, picked up the sport at the youth center in his hometown of Douala, where he met his coach, Jean-Paul Magnomo, now trains at the Gabriel Boxing Club. OUMAROU giving a different look here in the third round, hands at his waist, trying to work up the middle.
Head up, head up. Head up. No holding, no holding.
Отлично. Хорошо. И не застаивайся, защита сразу. Не стой. Хорошо. Не возись, не возись.
No holding, Cameroon, no holding. Break!
А правый почаще. Правый почаще. Поднимай там снизу.
OUMAROU again trying to get these pot shots working from the outside.
No holding. Cameroon, set back, set back.
Mostly just getting absorbed by that frame defense of OZDOEV. A good counter left hook up top there from OZDOEV. And he is just waiting for OUMAROU to throw that left hook to the body and meet him as he comes back up into his stance. And he just met him with a good one there, and OUMAROU might be in a little bit of trouble. OUMAROU hanging on after eating that shot a moment ago. Trying to break free, trying to create a little bit of distance, but he is just getting bullied by OZDOEV on the inside. Wicked left hook to the body. And no immediate response from OUMAROU after that one. You could tell he felt that shot to the midsection. 40 seconds remain here in round 3 as OZDOEV really sitting down on his shots here in the third round. Big right hand right down the pipe.
No holding, no holding. Stop! Stop! Step back. No holding. Box.
There's a verbal warning for Mouhamed OUMAROU for holding. You certainly don't blame him. Certainly for holding if he's hurt, but also he needs to smother OZDOEV on the inside, who is just frankly getting the better of him at close quarters. As round 3 comes to a close. some of the highlights from round 3. These big left hooks that have been the major story for OZDOEV thus far seem to have OUMAROU hurt at one point in that round. Take a look back into OZDOEV's corner.
Правый по части, защитил стопа, снизу по части.
Cameroon.
No
holding, okay?
Round 4.
Box.
Round 4 underway. See what adjustments Mouhamed OUMAROU can make here in this frame, as it seemed as though the momentum started to really roll downhill for Tamerlan OZDOEV. He looks to come over the top of the right hand. OUMAROU trying to fire his own through the guard of OZDOEV. Again, that counter left hook, that has just been money for OZDOEV thus far. Now he brings it down along the belt line of OUMAROU. Credit to OUMAROU, he has been very, very busy volume-wise each and every round, but it has been the more precise timing of OZDOEV that has been making him pay round after round. Interesting situation for OUMAROU to be in here tonight. Again, we mentioned has been exclusively on the amateur circuit since 2021. Does have 3 professional fights where he has gone the 4-round distance one time. So tonight, back in the 4th round, having to extend himself a little bit more than he's been used to over the last couple of years. OZDOEV, a little bit more familiar in a recent sense with this format after that win over Gabriel last month. There's a nice counter from OUMAROU. Looking for the shot from OZDOEV to the body, came back with a better one up top. But OZDOEV quick to erase the memory of that shot, just staying busy, staying on top of OUMAROU, keeping him on his back foot.
No push, no holding, step back. I see a step back. Stop! Step back. Box!
OZDOEV starting to place that right hand to the body a little bit more.
Cameroon, no holding. No holding.
Body work from OZDOEV has been consistent throughout this fight, and it has been varied. Finding lots of different routes to the body. In doing so, he's opened himself up a little bit this round. This is a good round for OUMAROU. Landed a couple of eye-catching counters. Looking for a round to give to the Cameroonian. It might be that one. We head back into the corners. You see some of the work from Mouhamed OUMAROU in the previous round. Some of that blocked by OZDOEV. OZDOEV spent a lot more time on the back foot and on the perimeter in round 4. Good round for the native of Douala, Cameroon.
5th round, round 5.
Box.
So round 5 begins. An interesting turn of momentum there in round 4. Perhaps the conceit was, if this fight were to go into these rounds, it would start to favor OZDOEV given his experience
Box.
in recent months in a longer format, but Mouhamed OUMAROU looked like the fresher fighter there in round 4. OZDOEV perhaps taking a little bit of a round off. OZDOEV now back on the front foot, and he gets cracked by a good right hand. You saw him shake his head. Say no, I couldn't feel that one, but things getting a little bit messy here.
Russia. No holding, no wrestling, okay? Box.
We're seeing a little bit of an edge here from OZDOEV. Saw the taunting and then a little bit of a rough stuff. Outside the confines of the rules there a moment ago as he eats a big uppercut from OUMAROU. Now OUMAROU starting to use his length and his movement.
Head up, Cameroon, stop! Step back, head up, box.
Touted the jab and the athleticism of OUMAROU. It really has been his calling card. His best performances in the amateurs. We're starting to see him tap into that a little bit more in this round. Credit to OUMAROU again in terms of both his gas tank, but also the different looks he's been able to keep OZDOEV. Excuse me, he's been able to give OZDOEV. And showing something new here in the 5th round as perhaps OZDOEV starting to tire. OUMAROU making him think, making him adjust. Clever boxing on both ends there. Both men showing some good defense.
No push.
OZDOEV getting consistently warned
No holding, no holding.
about holding and pushing.
Cameroon, no holding. Cameroon, step back.
And frankly, that's because he's doing more of that than moving his hands on the inside again. Perhaps starting to tire, starting to slow down here in the later rounds. Trying to run out the clock a little bit, but that's another good round for Mouhamed OUMAROU. You see him maybe prematurely celebrating to the crowd.
Вот тянешь на тебя, хорошо получается. Только по-собранному, с джебом, понял? Все, вторую половину включайся, сам начинай. Три живот туда зайдет.
Good work from Mouhamed OUMAROU in the previous round. Highlights from left side, counter right hand.
Концовку не отдаешь, понял? 10 раундов.
Has in the toolbox. Sixth and final round.
No holding.
Итак, заключительный 6-й раунд. Round 6, the final round.
Step back. Box.
Final round of what has been an entertaining opener here from Moscow between Tamerlan OZDOEV and Mouhamed OUMAROU. Felt as though rounds 4 and 5 could have been, or perhaps should have been, OUMAROU rounds, so there is the distinct possibility that the result of this fight is hanging in the balance here, depending on how the judges see round 6. Work on the inside there for both men. This is the version of OZDOEV that we saw in the opening 3 rounds, that physical pressure fighting style, occupying the hands of OUMAROU with shoe shine combinations and then ripping those hooks to the body. Got the sense that OZDOEV is slowing down in the 4th and 5th. He has found some reserves here for the final round.
Cameroon, no holding. Stop! Stop! Step back. Head up. Stop. Head up. Box.
Crowd in Moscow trying to rally OZDOEV.
No push, Russia, no push, step back. Stop!
Clearly the audience getting the sense
Box.
that we've got a close fight in our opening contest as OZDOEV, again, 3-punch combination. First two not even intended to land, but that left hook up top was.
Listen my comment, okay? Box.
Another warning for OZDOEV, who frankly is a little bit lucky that he hasn't been penalized with the amount of verbal warnings that have been issued in this one, as OUMAROU comes back with a nice 2-punch combination. That right hand right down the pipe.
No holding, step back.
With the drumming on the seats of the International Boxing Center.
Stop. Head up. Box.
Fun action fight in our opening contest that might be boiling down to these final 30 seconds.
Stop. Stop. Step back. Step back. Head up. Stop. Head up, okay?
Feel the desperation from both fighters.
Box.
A little more physicality on the inside, the technique getting a little bit looser.
No holding, no holding.
Just using whatever they have left here in the closing moments.
No holding. Box. Stop.
And that is a fun opening contest to kick things off here on IBA Champions Night. As you see Mouhamed OUMAROU gesturing to the crowd, he feels that he did enough to take this one. We'll find out in a couple of moments what the judges felt. We look back at some highlights from the 6th and final round. Nice pull counters from OZDOEV there. He walked OUMAROU down. OUMAROU with good counter right hands of his own. See what the scorecards say, but this very well could have been a tale of two halves. Will OZDOEV pick up his second win IBA Pro Boxing? Mouhamed OUMAROU move to 1-0. All right, looks like the scores are in the ring. Let's send it down to the center of the ring with the official decision.
По завершении 6-раундового боя раздельным решением судей победу одержал. Ladies and gentlemen, after the end of action, your winner by split decision, Tamerlan OZDOEV, Россия. И аплодисменты его сопернику Мouhamedu.
So Tamerlan OZDOEV picks up the split decision victory. As expected, razor-thin scorecards in this one, and without looking at the scoring round by round, I think that hypothesis that this one came down to that sixth and final round could indeed be true, but Tamerlan OZDOEV, in any event, had to earn this one and will improve to 2-0 in IBA Pro Boxing as we take a look back at some of the highlights from this one. Terrific action, two volume punchers, two high-level amateurs stretching themselves out over 6 rounds. Mouhamed OUMAROU really coming on strong in those middle rounds. Razor-thin fight, a split decision victory for OZDOEV in our opening contest. 6 fights still to come here from Moscow, including our main event between Muslim GADZHIMAGOMEDOV and Thabiso MCHUNU. Also a terrific-looking co-feature in the heavyweight division between Artem SUSLENKOV, the Russian knockout artist, and Big Jack MULOWAYI of Belgium. Plenty of action still to come. We'll be back with more in just a few moments.
Дамы и господа, турнир в инлайн «Ночь чемпионов IBA» продолжается. И вашему вниманию 6-раундовый поединок по правилам IBA Pro в полулегком весе. Ladies and gentlemen, 6th round of boxing for the IBA Pro featherweight contest. Судьи ринга: Сергей Журкин, Валерий Пастухов, Эмиль Гурбаналиев. И с ударом гонга ваш рефери Сергей Крутасов. В черный угол приглашается боксер из Филиппин. Он носит прозвище «Железный удар». Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the black corner from Philippines, Gabriel, Iron Punch, SANTISIMA.
The man known as Iron Punch, Gabriel SANTISIMA, makes his way to the ring, a part of the esteemed Sanman boxing team, alongside the 122-pound world champion Marlon Tapales and the minimum weight champion Melvin Jerusalem. Got the 6th-round TKO victory over Ponciano Ramadan in December of last year in General Santos City on a card promoted by the great Manny Pacquiao.
Добро пожаловать в золотой угол, боксер из России. Welcome to the gold corner from Russia, Ruslan BELOUSOV.
Yeah. You love something, let it go. It goes back to you, it's yours. It doesn't, it never was.
The 26-year-old Ruslan BELOUSOV makes his way to the ring. A record of 1-1 in IBA Pro action, 4-0 in pro bouts. Last time out, dropped a 6-round unanimous decision to Saidjamshid in August of last year at IBA Champions Fight Night in Cuba. He does have an amateur win over Horta in a head-to-head matchup when he was a member of the Russian amateur team. They faced off against Cuba, picked up the win over Horta, which was the deciding point to give Russia the victory in that one. Excellent looking contest here in the featherweight division. We send it back down to the ring for the official introduction.
Fighting out of the black corner. Ему 21 год. Рост 168 сантиметров, вес 56,3 килограмма. Профессиональный рекорд 7 побед, включая 6 побед нокаутом, ни одного поражения при одной ничьей. Ladies and gentlemen, he's 21 years old, standing 168 centimeters tall, weighing 56.3 kilograms. His professional record, 7 victories, including 6 big wins by one knockout, no losses with 1 draw. Ladies and gentlemen, representing Maspada, Philippines, the undefeated, не знающий поражений, Gabriel, Iron Punch, SANTISIMA. Его соперник в золотом углу. His opponent fighting out of the gold corner. Боксеру 26 лет. Рост 168 сантиметров, вес 56,85 килограмма. Его профессиональный рекорд 4 победы, включая 3 победы нокаутом, ни одного поражения. Ladies and gentlemen, he's 26 years old. He stands 168 centimeters tall, official weight 56.85 kilograms. His professional record 4 victories, including 3 big wins by one knockout, no losses. Дамы и господа, он финалист чемпионата России 2022 года, призер чемпионата России 2023 года, мастер спорта международного класса. Ladies and gentlemen, he's Russian Championship 2022 runner-up, Russian Championship 2023 prize winner. Из Москвы, Россия, доселе непобежденный Ruslan BELOUSOV.
Head up, no holding, no level up. Now slapping, listen to me, my command, okay? Good luck.
Good luck.
Here we take a look at the tail of the tape. Featherweight action between Ruslan BELOUSOV and Gabriel SANTISIMA. SANTISIMA, as we mentioned, an undefeated pro. BELOUSOV, likewise, in pro bouts, 1-1 in IBA pro action. SANTISIMA with the nickname Iron Punch, and certainly he's developed a genuine reputation as a knockout puncher 2 fights ago. He scored a really frightening knockout over Angela Bacalso. Just a beautiful right hook counter. Stiffened Bacalso immediately, and that's a shot that he's always looking for, that counter right hook. He's been fighting on cards promoted by the great Manny Pacquiao, but his family has plenty of their own achievements. One of 4 brothers who take part in professional boxing. Older brother Gio SANTISIMA fought Emmanuel Navarrete for the WBO Super Bantamweight title in 2021. Speaking of right hook counters, SANTISIMA has made a pretty good one there from BELOUSOV. Heard from our ring announcer, recent winner of the Russian Championships in 2023. Also won the Belgrade tournament in 2023, and there picked up a win over Samuel Carmona, who we'll see, of course, later on here tonight, the former world title challenger. Carmona will be in action against Artur NAGAPETYAN, which could genuinely be a show stealer here tonight. posturing on the outside for both fighters. Belousov comfortable working as both a righty and a lefty. Seconds of the opening round. Good straight body shot there from Belousov. Pride of the Rocky Road Gym, the brand new Rocky Road Gym in Moscow. A quiet opening round. There's been that precise, straight shots to the body. Clever body work from Belousov. Probably edge him that round.
Будет увеличивать более жесткое его встречание, понял? Корпус хорошо идет, корпус корректирует. Хорошо там за выходом стоят, что не обостребует. Все, и так все до конца собрано работает. Отсюда идет выход. Далее ушел выход.
Живот все заходит.
Все, отлично работает. Просто заигрывается, понял? Пока все собрано, работает.
Round 2.
Box.
Round 2 underway. This one's scheduled for 6 in the featherweight division. Ruslan Belousov and Gabriel SANTISIMA. SANTISIMA with 6 knockouts, 7 professional victories. Every win of his in the pro ranks, with the exception of his professional debut, has come by way of knockout. Obviously stepping way up in competition here tonight. Clever, high-level operator in Belousov. Belousov really had to work his way up the ranks in the Russian boxing ecosystem. He wasn't one of these fighters who was tabbed from an early age by any means. He was born in Sarin, then made his way to Kazakhstan. At the age of 9, he started boxing. The guidance of local coach Nikolai Goncharov. Then he moved to Marks, entered agricultural technical school, and he started training at the Vityaz Sports Club with Nikolai Nikolaevich. And then, as mentioned, made his way out to Moscow, where he now resides, now trains at the new Rocky Road Gym. Key members of the Russian elite amateur system. Getting out of the way of those left hands of SANTISIMA. Continuing that body work that we saw in the opening round as he lands a nice top shot right hand, right down the middle, splitting the guard of SANTISIMA a moment ago. Look for Belousov here in the second round, round 1. If you hadn't seen him before, you'd think he kind of profiled as kind of a lumbering lefty pressure fighter. You see that amateur skill, that elite schooling. Very light on his feet, up on his toes, bouncing on the outside. Shifting seamlessly between stances. Look at these combinations on the inside. 3-4 punch combination up top that brings it downstairs. A lot working for Ruslan Belousov here in the second round. Terrific array of skills displayed there from Belousov in the second round.
lang, okay? Puro to. Kaigo ka basastian, okay? Kapoy yung nagdagan mo niya. Tabig pa ka? Oo, tabig. 3 rounds na. Basta yung mong tayo, okay na? Okay. Amping ha, 3 rounds.
Третий раунд. Round 3.
Listen to me, my command, okay? Box.
Round 3 now underway. We'll see if Gabriel SANTISIMA makes some adjustments here in the 3rd round. World-class fighters around on a daily basis. Paula's helping Ruslan. In addition to his 3 brothers. SANTISIMA's got to fight on the same card as his brothers in recent times. On the same card as his brother Alex Jr. in December. Alex picked up a win on that show over Ray Ponteras. He fought on the same show as his brother David back in February as well. The SANTISIMA clan becoming more and more popular in the Philippines. A lot of shows happening in General Santos City. Pacquiao putting his money into the local scene there. Also stepping into the commentary booth once in a while as well. SANTISIMA lands a nice right hook to the body. So now not allowing him to take a shot on the inside, but there is a rocket of a left hand from SANTISIMA, and BELOUSOV holds on. That is the danger. The man called Iron Punch. First flash of that power from SANTISIMA there with that left hand.
Hey, back. Listen to me, okay?
BELOUSOV steps in with a nice left hook to the body again. Flowing between stances.
Stop. Box.
Left hook to the body there from BELOUSOV. More movement, more distance from BELOUSOV as SANTISIMA tries to reach him with that right hook. Raises the face of BELOUSOV. There's significant impact there. It seemed like that left hand from SANTISIMA earlier in the round might have woken BELOUSOV up. Might have alerted him what he needs to watch out for, because since then, all the work has been coming from BELOUSOV as he comes over the top with a beautiful right hand.
Не боись, там вот в этой минуте.
Забираешь, он чуть замедляется, видишь? Вначале. Давай кап. Вась, кап.
Четвертый раунд. Round
Listen to me,
4.
my command, okay? Listen to me, my command, okay? Box.
Round 4 begins. Featherweight contest between Ruslan BELOUSOV and Gabriel SANTISIMA. Russia versus the Philippines. SANTISIMA makes his debut. IBA Pro Boxing. Belousov getting a little bit more playful, starting to gesture to the crowd, confidence clearly building. Countering wonderfully to the body, right along the belt line with that hard left hand a moment ago. Something that he has been excellent at. We've seen it throughout the night. Being able to counter, stepping in from the outside, landing shots to the body. A lot of timing, a lot of athleticism, a lot of skill involved in landing shots like that. That's high-level stuff from Belousov. Takes his work back to the perimeter.
Fall in. Fall in. Stop.
Right hand there from Belousov. Now operating out of the southpaw stance.
Now hold it. Live in. No push.
Belousov's loss to Saidal Horta
Listen to me, my command.
in August of last year. But it wasn't all bad news for Belousov on that trip. He got to meet a pair of his boxing heroes in Havana. Spend a little bit of time with Roberto Duran and Miguel Cotto. You know that the two of them would appreciate body work like that. Two-punch combination again, right along the belt line of SANTISIMA. 30 seconds remaining in round 4. Belousov cruising right now. Engaging when he wants to, moving when he wants to. Handful of eye-catching shots from SANTISIMA throughout this fight, but by and large, it has been Belousov leading the dance.
Okay.
Iduot sa skilid. Pag nasa skilid yan, nakamubira. Ayaw, biras tunga. Kaya ka, amateur nun siya. Okay? Iyan, lagi ayaw si Guna-una. Ang jab ni mo sa nawong. Pero ang mga power ni mo diyan, tanan. Okay? Kaya masangit rin sa ulo, kaya giduko. Okay? Sige, sway.
Coach.
Death round, round 5.
Okay. Box.
Round 5 underway. What has been a terrific showcase for the former Russian national amateur champion Ruslan Belousov. Showing the range of his skills here tonight against a seasoned pro in Gabriel SANTISIMA. As you mentioned that Belousov, very familiar with fighting seasoned pros. I mentioned that win over Samuel CARMONA, who we'll see later on here tonight. CARMONA, former world title challenger, who felt that he deserved the decision in his title outing against J.C. Martinez. Very much a factor in that weight class, and Belousov looking like someone fighters in this neighborhood might have to worry about in the future.
Oh, there's no pushing.
Right hand over the top there from Belousov. Santisima just not able to get in range consistently. Really right now is hinging his hopes in this fight on landing something big from the outside. He's certainly capable of doing that. We touted the knockout power of Santisima. The probability of him finding that shot diminishing, not only with time, but the more we see BELOUSOV just absolutely nullifying the work of Santisima round after round. Now, BELOUSOV at least giving him a chance to get some shots off on the inside, but Santisima not taking advantage of that opportunity. Just going forehead to forehead as BELOUSOV touches him to the body.
No bullshit. Right there, no bullshit.
Santisima, more of an athletic, long-range puncher, not exactly comfortable on the inside, and he is eating some tremendous left hooks. That last one turned his head sideways. What a round for Ruslan BELOUSOV.
Last round, ha? Last round. Yeah. Wana yugma, ha? Wana yugma, ha? Lawas tanan, ha? Pahuway gamay, bira tanan, ha? Pahuway gamay, bira, ha? Last round, okay? Last round, baby, okay? Last round. Oh, sige. Nauna natin, bala na, basta makakulata lang ka, okay? Tubig. Last round, ha? Last round, ha? Last round, una-una, layo mo itong gahidong, ha? Ayan na mo, okay?
Заключительный, шестой раунд, round 6, the final round.
Sixth and final round, and you wonder if Gabriel Santisima would just be selling out here in search of a knockout. You'd have to think that he needs one, given how the first 5 rounds of this contest have gone. Certainly we are seeing in the opening moments of this round, Santisima trying to pick up the foot pressure, a little bit more vocal as he's throwing these shots. Big left hand over the top there from BELOUSOV. That is the risk. If you're looking for something big, you might get something big in return, and BELOUSOV has been razor sharp on the counter throughout this fight. Flip side of this, you have to imagine that BELOUSOV very aware. If he wants to, he could just kind of take a walk in this round. Walk away with the decision. Instead, choosing to engage Santisima on the inside, choosing to entertain the audience here at the International Boxing Center in Moscow. See the world champions seated ringside a moment ago. Alexander Povetkin, Denis Lebedev in attendance here tonight. Forward to our main event between Muslim GADZHIMAGOMEDOV and Thabiso MCHUNU. Just missing over the top of that left hand. The second one scores. BELOUSOV has really been able to just kind of work through his playbook here. Successful at close range, at long range. Santisima has just not found an answer to any of the questions that BELOUSOV has asked here tonight. Hasn't been for a lack of effort. Just a gap in skill here tonight. cleaner, more varied attack has come from BELOUSOV. The crowd has really come alive in this one. Final 10 seconds of the contest. A tremendous performance from the Russian favorite, Ruslan BELOUSOV. Tough night for Gabriel SANTISIMA of the Philippines. Just not a friendly style matchup for him here tonight. And again, a major step up in opposition for him here tonight. Enter this IBA Pro ecosystem, that's just the reality. You're going to run into a lot of high-level operators that might not normally face at this juncture of your career. Good learning outing for SANTISIMA as we find out the official decision.
Единогласным решением судей одержал победу и остается не знающим поражений. Ladies and gentlemen, after the end of action, your winner by unanimous decision and still undefeated Ruslan BELOUSOV. Россия. Аплодисменты его сопернику. Your applause for
Ruslan BELOUSOV, as expected, back in the win column. Terrific performance here tonight, showing a wide range of skills. It's going to make him one to keep an eye on in the years to come. Very impressive victory here tonight over the 7-0-1, the previously 7-0-1 Gabriel SANTISIMA of the Philippines. Plenty more action still to come here from Moscow, including our main event between Muslim GADZHIMAGOMEDOV and Thabiso MCHUNU. We'll be back with more action right after this.
Дамы и господа, мы продолжаем. И с особым удовольствием представляем вам женский бой. Ladies and gentlemen, well, with special pleasure presents you the female bout. 8-раундовый поединок во втором наилегчайшем весе. 8th round of boxing super flyweight contest. Супервайзер Олег Агеев. Судьи у ринга Алексей Козлов, Сергей Летунов и Александр Калинкин. И ваш рефери Ираклий Малазония. А в черный угол добро пожаловать боксер из Нигерии. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the black corner from Nigeria, Ayisat ORIYOMI.
Ayisat ORIYOMI making her way to the ring here tonight. 29-year-old from Lagos, Nigeria, fighting outside of her homeland. For the very first time, she represented Nigeria at the 2018 Commonwealth Games, 9-0 with 6 knockouts. Last time out, scoring a second-round stoppage for Taye Kojo. That was last month in Nigeria, so no ring rust to speak of for ORIYOMI, as tonight she takes a big step up in opposition against one of the best super flyweights in the world in Angelina LUKAS.
Добро пожаловать в золотой угол ее соперница из Казахстана. Welcome to the gold corner. Her opponent from Kazakhstan, Angelina Barbie LUKAS.
We mentioned that this woman, Angelina LUKAS, is one of the best super flyweights in the world. She holds the IBA version of the world title in this weight class. She's also one of the most publicized boxers in all of Kazakhstan. She's embarking on quite the audacious journey right now. This is her first of 3 fights scheduled in 22 days. So victory is not only imperative here tonight, but coming out of this one unscathed in order to keep that schedule intact is of utmost importance as well. She enters the ring with her partner and trainer and manager, JAFAROV.
Представляю вам соперниц и первый боксера в черном углу. Introducing to you first, fighting out of the black corner. She's 29 years old, standing 160 centimeters tall, weighing in at 51.1 kilos. With professional record, 9 victories, including 6 wins, coming by way of knockout, no losses. Дамы и господа, ей 29 лет, рост 160 сантиметров, вес 51,1 килограмма. Профессиональный рекорд 9 побед, включая 6 побед нокаутом, ни одного поражения. Она чемпионка Нигерии, чемпионка Африки среди любителей. Ladies and gentlemen, Nigerian national champion and amateur African champion representing Lagos, Nigeria. Here is Ayisat ORIYOMI, the undefeated. Ее соперница в золотом углу. Her opponent fighting out of the gold corner. Ей 27 лет, рост 167 сантиметров, вес 53,25 килограмма. Профессиональный рекорд 11 побед, включая 5 побед нокаутом и только одно поражение. Ladies and gentlemen, she's 27 years old, standing 167 centimeters tall, weighing 53.25 kilos. Her professional record, 11 victories, including 5 big wins coming by way of knockout and only 1 defeat. Дамы и господа, она чемпионка мира IBO, WBF, WIBF, обладательница Кубка мира, чемпионка WBC International и трехкратная чемпионка Казахстана. Ladies and gentlemen, she's IBO, WBF, WIBF World Champion, World Cup honor, WBC International Champion, and 3-time Kazakhstan National Champion. Из Алматы, Республика Казахстан, вот она, Angelina Барби LUKAS.
Ladies, no low blow, no back punch, listen to my command. Only clean fight. Touch lows. Good luck.
Hey, we take a look at the tail of the tape for this women's super flyweight contest. Angelina LUKAS and Ayisat ORIYOMI. Round 1 underway. This one's scheduled for 8 two-minute rounds. We mentioned that LUKAS has 2 more fights on the schedule, 3 fights in total in 22 days. She's hoping that 22 days from now, she'll be 14-1. Looking to schedule a fight with WBC Super Flyweight champion Ashley Gonzalez. LUKAS steps in with a nice 2-1. I think he got a little bit aggressive at yesterday's weigh-in. ORIYOMI making a throat-slashing gesture after they got off the scales. Seemed to incense LUKAS a little bit. Again, tonight isn't just about winning for LUKAS. Of course, she has a formidable opponent in front of her here tonight and a Commonwealth Games participant, but also getting out of Moscow with no cuts. And clashes ahead. Head clashes like that one certainly will not help in that mission. And over the top there for LUKAS. Physical size difference between LUKAS and ORIYOMI. The musculature and the density of Angelina LUKAS. Long jab there from ORIYOMI. Well served. Keep that pumping here tonight. Good counters off the ropes from the Nigerian. And that'll do it for round 1.
Yes, rescue one too. Rescue one. Yes. No, you can't speak on. You can't speak on. All good. Rescue zip, show zip. You rescue 2-1. Okay? Huh? Yes, I will. Just rescue this. Line, make. You rescue.
Round 2.
Box.
We heard JAFAROV, the partner, trainer, manager of Angelina LUKAS in her corner between rounds, as round 2 is now underway. JAFAROV himself is also an active heavyweight and often fights on the same cards as LUKAS. He'll be fighting on one in just a couple of days. And in fact, the way that they met was through being introduced at a boxing show. Someone introduced Lukas to JAFAROV, and that day, JAFAROV taped her hands, went out and scored a knockout himself, and then came back to help warm her up and work her corner that night. That is certainly one way to sweep someone off their feet. And the two have had a very fruitful partnership in a boxing sense as well. As we mentioned, Lukas perhaps on the cusp of some major world title fights. And bring a lot of popularity, a lot of publicity from her native Kazakhstan. Ayisat ORIYOMI giving her some issues here in round two. Nice step-in left hand from ORIYOMI a moment ago. ORIYOMI, to be frank, in a professional sense, has not fought anywhere near this level of opposition. 5 of her wins come over fighters with no professional wins. Again, a high-level amateur, very much self-made. Subject of the documentary Breaking Fourth, directed by Peter Okoje.
Hey, stand back.
ORIYOMI too discovered boxing through her partner and her husband. Helped train her as well. Had herself a good round there in the second frame.
You have to go. Please block. When she blocks, listen, you hit the points, she will kill. You know me. If another chop, you just show. No need to show. Okay? Come on. One, hand up.
Третий раунд. Round 3.
Box.
Round 3 underway, and as you can hear, the tenor in the Angelina Lukas corner a little bit different there after round 2, because ORIYOMI is having some success in that second frame. Good counter shot there from ORIYOMI, the left hand, then a right hand, a clubbing shot over the top. Length and timing of ORIYOMI. Lukas, some issues here in the early going. Lukas places a nice right hand to the body. Comes over the top with a better shot. Snaps the head back of ORIYOMI there a moment ago. Very basic advice from JAFAROV in the Lukas corner, and you could see Lukas adhering to it a moment ago. Just hold your hands a little bit higher. Just go back to that frame defense. No need to complicate things defensively. You see those long shots of ORIYOMI coming, and usually they are one at a time. You just catch those shots, then step into the inside, where Lukas has done some good work. You can hear it there, the corner of Lukas just saying, hands up, use your body shots. That's exactly what we're talking about here. Ayisat ORIYOMI trying to spoil this 22-day conquest that Angelina Lukas has set out on. Clubbing shots on the inside there from Lukas. Good reply from the Kazakh star.
No holding. Time.
A good round of action from Lukas and ORIYOMI.
Четвертый раунд. Round 4.
And this one is being waved off. The corner of ORIYOMI apparently throwing in the towel. We'll see if we could get an explanation as to why that is. ORIYOMI looking displeased right now. Very, very surprising. ORIYOMI seemed like she was more than in this fight, but will be pulled out of action here, and that will be a TKO victory for Angelina LUKAS, just as things look like they might be getting a little bit dicey. A good competitive matchup there through 3 rounds, but the corner of ORIYOMI saying no more. And a little bit of confusion, frankly, in the corner of LUKAS as well. Heartbreak for Ayisat ORIYOMI, one of the women's amateur standouts in recent years for her homeland of Nigeria. Concedes to Angelina LUKAS here tonight, who will improve to 12-1. LUKAS, one of the most fascinating backstories in all of women's boxing. She was a competitive dancer as a child. Her father was a paratrooper in Kazakh Armed Forces. LUKAS now a servicewoman in the Kazakh Armed Forces. Now a mainstream star in her homeland. What a story it would be. She could become world champion in one of the 4 major sanctioning bodies. We mentioned she's looking at a potential showdown with Ashley Gonzalez. And on the other side of the ring here tonight, I don't think this is the last that we'll see of Ayisat ORIYOMI, at least through 3 rounds. A surprising performance. It was very much 50-50 with LUKAS in those rounds, and disappointment on the face of ORIYOMI right now, who does not seem pleased with the decision to end this one. The decision is made, and it looks like we are ready to make it official.
Дамы и господа, в связи с отказом угла соперницы от продолжения боя по завершении 3-го раунда, в 4-м раунде техническим нокаутом победу одержала, ladies and gentlemen, due to a refusal of the opponent corner after the round number 3, your winner in round number 4 by technical knockout, Angelina Barbie LUKAS.
So Barbie LUKAS remains in the win column. Gets set for another fight on February 9th, then again on the 21st of next month. LUKAS looking to stay as busy as possible, getting in some extra work. Certainly she didn't expect that one to be stopped when it was either. Good competitive fight through 3 rounds between 2 high-level operators, but LUKAS will leave Moscow with the TKO victory. LUKAS picking up the win in this one. Still to come, our main event between Muslim GADZHIMAGOMEDOV and the former world title challenger Thabiso MCHUNU. Plenty of action still to come, including Artur NAGAPETYAN and Samuel CARMONA. That is coming up next, right after the break.
Дамы и господа, представляем вам титульный поединок. 8-раундовый бой IBA Pro за вакантный титул чемпиона Европы IBA в наилегчайшем весе. Добро пожаловать в черный угол. Соискатель чемпионского пояса из Испании. Welcome to the black corner, the contender from Spain, Samuel CARMONA.
Déjame ser feliz, nada te cuesta. Donde quiera tú quieres fumar lo que está.
For the former world title challenger, Samuel CARMONA makes his way to the ring here tonight. Of course, best known for that 2022 bout against Julio Cesar Martinez in a bid for the WBC flyweight title. A little bit of an ugly affair in that one that CARMONA still believes that he deserved. Tonight he'll vie for a different title, the IBA Pro European title. At flyweight, CARMONA been busy on the European circuit. Dropped an 8-round decision to Shaka-Zoirov in October of last year in Austria on an IBA Champions Night event.
Welcome to the gold corner, the contender from Russia, Artur NAGAPETYAN.
This is the hard-charging Artur NAGAPETYAN, 24-year-old from here in Moscow. Pro record of 3-0, 0-1 on the IBA Pro circuit, but we last saw him latching his power with a first-round knockout victory over Adamidan Sadikov in December of 2024, the first knockout of his pro career. In there with a lot of tough opposition, both conventional and IBA pro bouts in his young career, none tougher than this one here tonight.
Ladies and gentlemen, 8 rounds of boxing for the IBA Pro Flyweight European Championship. Бой санкционирован, sanctioned by IBA, President Umar Kremlov, и Федерации бокса России, and the Russian Boxing Federation, генеральный секретарь Татьяна Кириенко. Супервайзер IBA Максим Чертиковцев. Судьи у ринга оценивают этот титульный поединок. Сергей Крутасов, Сергей Журкин, оба России, и Валерий Пастухов, Молдова. Ваш судья-хронометрист Михаил Куликов, Россия. И с ударом гонга рефери. And while the bell rings, your referee in charge из Азербайджана Эмиль Гурбаналиев. Для соперников звучат национальные гимны. И первым гимн Испании. 2 national anthems for the opponents and first national anthem of Spain. Спасибо. А сейчас звучит государственный гимн Российской Федерации. And now national anthem of the Russian Federation. Представляю вам соперников. И первым боксера в черном углу. Introducing to first fighting out of the black corner. Ему 28 лет. Рост 162 сантиметра, вес 50 и 95 килограмма. Профессиональный рекорд 12 побед, включая 5 побед нокаутом и только одно поражение. Ladies and gentlemen, he's 28 years old, standing 162 centimeters tall, weighing 50.95 kilograms. His professional record 12 victories, including 5 big wins coming by one knockout and only 1 defeat. Дамы и господа, он четвертьфиналист Олимпийских игр в Рио 2016. Ladies and gentlemen, he's Olympic Games quarter-finalist Rio 2016. Representing Las Palmas, Gran Canaria, Spain, here is Samuel CARMONA. Его соперник в золотом углу. His opponent fighting out of the gold corner. Ему 24 года. Рост 162 сантиметра. Вес 50,6 килограмма. Рекорд 3 победы, ни одного поражения, включая одну победу нокаутом. Ladies and gentlemen, he's 24 years old, standing 162 centimeters tall, weighing 50.6 kilograms. Он бронзовый призер чемпионата России 2024, серебряный призер Кубка России 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, he is Russian National Championship Bronze Prize winner and Russian Cup Silver Prize winner. Из Сочи, Россия, приветствуйте, Artur NAGAPETYAN!
Listen to my command. Head up, no holding, no low block. Catch hand, good luck.
And we take a look at the tail of the tape at what could be a flyweight banger between Artur NAGAPETYAN and the former world title challenger Samuel CARMONA. Box. Round 1 underway. This one's scheduled for 8. As mentioned, the IBA Pro European title on the line at this weight class. And very early on, you see the roles that these two will assume. NAGAPETYAN, hard-charging volume puncher, loves to do all of his work from the outside, looks to use foot speed to just bull his way to the inside, switches stances when he gets in there. CARMONA be a beautiful boxer from the outside. Sometimes the styles don't quite mesh, as we saw against Julio Cesar Martinez in his one world title outing. Martinez just really didn't cooperate with CARMONA in a sense, but Nagapetyan, a different kind of pressure fighter, very persistent. High volume, high contact type of pressure fighter, and he won't do what Martinez did on that night, which at a certain point was just kind of stand in the center of the ring and wait for CARMONA to come to him, which resulted in a fairly dreary second half of that fight. Nagapetyan, as you can see, he wants proximity all the time. CARMONA is taking a very tough fight here in the IBA. Last time out, we mentioned dropping an 8-round decision to Shaka Zoirov. He also faced Hasanboy Dumatov in a 10-round bout. He dropped both of those fights. The assignment's not getting much easier for him tonight against Nagapetyan. Nagapetyan has been oscillating between IBA Pro and at the amateur realm. He was a finalist at the most recent Russian Cup earlier this year. Now stretch it out over 8 rounds. See if he can keep up this kind of tempo. CARMONA's going to need his shoes tied. He wants to deal with the pressure of Nagapetyan here tonight as we're back to action.
Head up, find a head up.
Left hook to the body there from CARMONA. Enter the final 20 seconds of round 1. High-octane flyweight action here in Moscow. Sharp counter right hand from CARMONA a moment ago. Sneaky shot. In the brief moment that Nagapetyan dropped his hands, CARMONA found that opening. And Nagapetyan just keeps bringing it.
Он заряжается, будь собран, видишь все удары. Он у него очень медленно все получается. Понял? Не пропускай, не должен, сохраняй себя. И не топи, не топи. Середину раунда начнем. Собрано будет. Где защита? Защитные действия.
Second down.
Round 2.
Box.
Well, if the first round is any indication of what we'll see here tonight, these are two styles that will mesh quite well over 8 rounds. The all-out aggression and pressure of Artur Nagapetyan. The slick counterpunching of Samuel CARMONA. CARMONA also very willing to engage on the inside. He's not just standing still, just turning this into a you go, I go type of affair, but CARMONA also not shying away from the contact, as we see. Question, if this pattern continues, is are the judges acknowledging how many of these shots from Nagapetyan are being caught by the arms and the glove of Samuel CARMONA, and to what degree will Nagapetyan get credit for being the aggressor here tonight? Certainly don't expect these dynamics to change. Sharp counter shot there from CARMONA, and another one, and that is a danger for Nagapetyan, who likes to switch stances on the inside. You can see CARMONA can meet him with counters when he makes that decision. CARMONA just waiting for those slip-ups from NAGAPETYAN, but there you see CARMONA when he wants to, initiating the exchange as well. There was a nice hybrid uppercut that connected from CARMONA a moment ago. He's looking for those shots through the middle as NAGAPETYAN continues to lean in. CARMONA had an excellent training camp, training alongside Mouhamed, who has his own major fight coming up against Canadian Olympian Artur next week in Montreal on ESPN. As now CARMONA switching stances on the inside, ripping a nice left hand to the body. About 20 seconds here of round two. Volume from NAGAPETYAN, not stopping. Clear counter shots breaking through from CARMONA with some regularity through 2 rounds, including a little bit of a late shot there after the bell.
Este es el segundo. Estamos ganando. Vamos, tenemos que hacer más. Dale, mano, las manos no las vas.
Spine. Head up.
Третий раунд. Round 3.
Box. Listen to my command.
Round 3 begins. You see abrasions on the face of both fighters already. A little bit of a nick underneath the eye of Samuel CARMONA. Artur NAGAPETYAN touched up a little bit as well. A lot of leather being thrown already through the first 2 rounds. '16 Olympian Samuel CARMONA. Even during his amateur days, he was an action fighter as well. Had one of the most entertaining fights of the 2016 Olympic tournament against Ubergen Martinez in the quarterfinals. That's where he bowed out of that tournament. He lands a nice 2-punch combination up top. We often talk about boxing saving the lives of many of its participants. CARMONA lands a good left hook to the body, and CARMONA is a prime example of that. He was arrested in 2012 and sent to juvenile court, and the prosecutor on the other side of his case was asking for CARMONA to be banned from boxing gyms as he lands a wicked counter right hand there. But the judge in that case said no. In fact, it's boxing that will help CARMONA to straighten his life out, and indeed it did. CARMONA, now a world-traveled, respected Olympian and world title challenger, found a little bit of a niche here in the IBA, where he says he's been receiving some of the biggest paydays of his career as well. Left to go here in round 3. NAGAPETYAN trying to find some answers for this counter-punching and the movement of CARMONA other than just sheer persistence. Stablemate of Dmitry ZAKHAROV, who we'll actually see up next here tonight. Zakharov takes on Saidjamshid. Both these men have had high-level camps. Trading shots here on the inside. CARMONA again getting the better of that exchange. That left hand snapping the head back of NAGAPETYAN. Not a lot of head movement from NAGAPETYAN. You'll see some upper body movement at times. See him switching stances, but the head has been in place for those sharp counters from the Spaniard. And there you see the effect of it. Blood splattered across the face of NAGAPETYAN as we take a look back at some of the action from the previous round.
Длинные серии плюс повтор. Понял? Разорвал, отвернулся, в угол поменял, повторил сразу. Не застраивайся, ты умнее, хитрее его. Он просто тебя перехватывает на твоих атаках. И он дает тебе поработать, ты два удара и начинаешь контратаковать. Ты должен.
Четвертый раунд, round 4.
So round 4 begins. Probably the toughest night of the career thus far for Artur NAGAPETYAN. As mentioned, is 3-0 in pro boxing, the only loss in a pro format. Came in an IBA pro fight against Patrick Chinyemba of Namibia. A big 5-round decision to him in that one. NAGAPETYAN trying to pivot to find a lane for the left hook. CARMONA has made that very difficult for him. You see that crouch he enters on the inside. There really just is no lane for a body shot there unless you can wrap it around his elbow. But CARMONA now ripping shots through the middle, just catching and shooting on the inside. Trying to come over the top with a home run right hand was CARMONA. That one whistled past the face of NAGAPETYAN that we saw was bloodied in round 3. Corner had some work to do. Crowd now trying to rally the Russian. As NAGAPETYAN maybe seeing some of his deficiencies exposed here tonight. See why NAGAPETYAN is so fun to watch. I mean, he's a terrific television fighter. Being a terrific television fighter does not mean that you'll beat a world-class operator, and right now, CARMONA just has all the answers. He places another left hand to the body and a right hook to the liver as well. CARMONA corner very enthusiastic right now. Final 30 seconds of round 4.
Head up. Head up.
Right hand over the top. There from CARMONA, and a left hand to the body as well. That body work has been very consistent here in the 4th. CARMONA maybe trying to extract from that gas tank of NAGAPETYAN. No quit in NAGAPETYAN as he just keeps his hands moving. There was an uppercut that broke through a moment ago. As we come to the end of round 4.
Respira tranquilo. A ver, ahora tenemos que
presionarlo un poco, ¿sabes? Con las manos altas, ¿cómo te sientes el corazón? ¿Bien? Está bien, todo se pasa en la cabeza, ¿sabes? Mira, Gabriel, presiónalo cuando bloqueas por dentro, atrás y al cuerpo. Pero no tiras los golpes con mucha fuerza, con precisión. ¿Vale? ¿Ok, ¿sabes? Vale.
Gabriel, round 5.
Round 5 begins. Very different tenor in the opposing corners. Saw the blood on the face of Artur NAGAPETYAN. Smile on the face of Samuel CARMONA. Even maybe get a peek at the tattoo on the lower lip of Samuel CARMONA, which is Baboule. That's the nickname of his grandfather, who is the man who got him into boxing as a kid. His mother didn't want him to box, thought it was too dangerous, but Grandpa stepped in, convinced the family young Samuel to go after his boxing dreams, and CARMONA left home at a fairly young age to move to Madrid where he could train in earnest. Both men using a lot of pivots on the inside. For NAGAPETYAN, those have been somewhat of a liability as CARMONA has been there to counter him. CARMONA, meanwhile, has had success kind of flowing between stances on the inside. There you see it. Nifty little body shot, then steps back out. One of the issues for NAGAPETYAN here tonight, his style of just constant tempo and persistence and physicality. One of the bets you make when you employ that kind of style is that at some point your opponent is going to slow down. The problem is that with only 8 rounds, with a fighter like CARMONA who's gone 12 rounds in a world championship fight, the probability starts to lower. However, one thing working in NAGAPETYAN's favor is that he has undoubtedly been the aggressor in each and every round, and we've seen many, many times throughout boxing history, you see aggression weighted more heavily than all of the other aspects of boxing judging. Having somewhat of a better round here. CARMONA comes over the top of the counter left hand. That'll do it for round 5.
Понял меня? Собирай. Этажами работаю, как хочешь вырывай. Ясно тебе? Все. Воды. Работать надо. Думай. Газ, полный газ.
Second down.
Шестой раунд, round 6.
Back to action and 3 to go. This IBA Pro European title bout between Samuel CARMONA and Artur NAGAPETYAN. Training alongside Robert Badalian, the former world amateur silver medalist and Russian national champion. Carmona's been spending a lot of time in that left-handed stance. We saw him operate almost exclusively as a lefty in round 5. You see him open the round up in the orthodox stance before flowing back. Both men switching consistently, and there, Nagapetyan giving Carmona a dose of his own medicine there, catching Carmona between that transition with a nice counter right hand.
Good up, Spania.
Work for Carmona, a nice right hand, caught the attention of Nagapetyan along the ropes. A little bit of a siege here from Samuel Carmona. Maybe being woken up by that counter right hand that we referenced from Nagapetyan. And Carmona, who has been on the end of decisions in the pros and the amateurs that he felt were unjust, might have it in the back of his mind, the backup plan, maybe gunning for a knockout here in the final couple of rounds, just in case the scorecards don't look the way that I'm sure he thinks they look right now. There's a lot of confidence in that Carmona corner, justifiably feeling that they're ahead in this one. Again, Carmona fighting on the road here tonight. Against a fighter who is showing all-out pressure round after round. There from Nagapetyan, getting his work done, then stepping out. We'll head into round 7. A high-action IBA European title fight.
¿Está bien? Sí. Vamos ganando. Sí, pero tenemos que hacer más. Ok, hermano. Mira, escucha, todo se pasa en la cabeza. Él le duele cuando está. Le duele. Trabaja duro. Vamos.
Седьмой раунд. Round 7.
Box. As round 7 begins, we saw in the highlight pack there some of the adjustments that Nagapetyan has started to make. We referenced earlier in this fight kind of the lack of head movement on the part of Nagapetyan. The fact that the feet and the hands were certainly moving. The head was maybe not moving as often as it ought to be. You saw in that highlight pack. Nagapetyan started to make Carmona miss. Started to make Carmona whiff on some of those counter shots like that, starting to swim underneath them. One of the hallmarks of Nagapetyan during his young career, just been able to, his ability to make opponents uncomfortable. The pace and the physicality, those pivots on the inside, hasn't really been able to make Carmona visibly uncomfortable. But that might be changing right now as Carmona a little bit more stationary. And some momentum may be building from Nagapetyan, but as I say that, Carmona back with another one of these sieges. and starting to rock Nagapetyan back. Nagapetyan complaining about a low blow, and I believe he's justified in doing so. And Nagapetyan will take a little bit of a breather. Of course, he'll be given 5 minutes. I suspect he will not take all 5 of them. And, oh yeah, that shot is very, very low. And we will get back to the fight here in round 7. We saw the veteran prowess of Samuel Carmona in that sequence about 30 seconds ago, just when it looked like Nagapetyan was starting to change the momentum of this fight. Carmona dug deep, came back with a flurry of his own. Oftentimes, the results of fights come down to a couple moments like that. Can you stop the momentum of your opponent when it feels like they're on a roll? The best fighters in the world are adept at doing just that. Just snatching the confidence of their opponent just as it's starting to build. Nice counter shot from Carmona a moment ago, and that one might have had an impact on Nagapetyan, who grabs a hold. You heard the corner of Carmona. The excitement level starting to build. They feel like Carmona might have hurt him with that shot. And Carmona now just ravaging the body of Nagapetyan. 10 seconds left here in round 7 as Carmona's now has Nagapetyan against the ropes as he is unloading. What a way to close out the round for Samuel Carmona.
Итак, заключительный 8-й раунд. Round 8, the final round.
Eighth and final round of what has, as expected, been a terrific fight between Samuel Carmona and Artur Nagapetyan. Carmona trying to come to Russia, cause some heartbreak for Nagapetyan here tonight. Flyweights with high punch outputs. Again, Carmona going back downstairs to the body. It looked like he might have had Nagapetyan a little bit hurt in that 7th round, as now he climbs the ladder. A beautiful counter left hand over the top. Both fighters pivoting, switching stances so often. As simple as the approach of Nagapetyan is, which is overwhelm your opponent with volume. There's a lot going on, a lot of connective tissue within that. The problem has been that Carmona has been a little bit more clever in the majority of these rounds as he wraps another left hand around the guard of Nagapetyan. And does it again after a combination to the body. punch combination there from CARMONA. Trying to build some momentum for Nagapetyan, but he has only 30 seconds to make something happen. If indeed it is compulsory for him. As Samuel CARMONA finally found a victory here in the IBA. He took another tough assignment here tonight. Has he taken Nagapetyan to school? We'll see what the judges think. High-level stuff from both CARMONA and Nagapetyan here tonight as we look back at some of the highlights from the 8th and final round. IBA European title in the ring will leave Moscow as the IBA champion. Let's send it down to the center of the ring for the official decision.
Исполнительный директор IBA. Ladies and gentlemen, for award ceremony, please welcome to the ring IBA Secretary General and Executive Director OBE Chris Roberts. Итак, прежде чем будет озвучен судейский вердикт, аплодисменты обоим воинам! Your applause for the both boxers! Итак, по завершении титульного боя обратимся к судейским запискам. Ladies and gentlemen, after the end of the title bout, we go to the Georgia scorecards. Сергей Крутасов, 77-75. George Krutasov scored about 77 to 75. Sergei Zhurkin, 79-73. George Zhurkin scored about 79 to 73. И Валерий Пастухов, 80-72. George Валерий Пастухов scored about 80 to 72. Таким образом, единогласным решением судей одержал победу и стал чемпионом Европы IBA в наилегчайшем весе. Your winner by unanimous decision and a new IBA flyweight European champion, Samuel CARMONA, Spain.
So Samuel CARMONA finally breaks the curse in his IBA career and becomes the IBA European Flyweight Champion. You heard the scores, 77-75, 79-73, and 80-72. A clever boxing performance from Samuel Carmona, and a hard-nosed one as well. A lot of physicality in there tonight. Had to deal with a hard-charging opponent in Artur NAGAPETYAN. As we look back at some of Carmona's handiwork in this one, a big win for Carmona, who still has dreams of a rematch against Julio Cesar Martinez or any of the big names in the flyweight division, and he showed here tonight he still has what it takes to hang with some of the elite operators in the world. 3 fights still to come here from Moscow, including our main event between Muslim GADZHIMAGOMEDOV and Thabiso MCHUNU. 3 pro bouts still to come. Up next, Dmitry ZAKHAROV and Saidjamshid. A high-level contest in the 71-kilogram division. Some of the best yet to come here from the International Boxing Center in Moscow. We'll be back with that right after the break.
So carefully, let's start living dangerously.
Дамы и господа, все ближе и ближе 2 главных поединка вечера. Ladies and gentlemen, to close and cross the 2 main bouts of the evening. Сейчас вашему вниманию 6-раундовый поединок IBA Pro в первом среднем весе. Ladies and gentlemen, 6th round of boxing for the IBA Pro Light Middleweight Contest. Судьи у ринга Эмиль Гурбаналиев, Сергей Крутасов и Сергей Журкин. И ваш рефери Валерий Пастухов. А в черный угол добро пожаловать, боксер из Узбекистана. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the black corner from Uzbekistan, Saidjamshid Jimmy JAFAROV.
Saidjamshid JAFAROV makes his way to the ring, the bronze medalist of the 2023 World Amateur Championships at light middleweight. Saw him here in Russia in November of last year, picking up a 6-round unanimous decision over Gor Oganessian. That was his first pro win as recognized by the Russian Commission and BoxRec. We also saw him in April in IBA Pro action, picking up an 8-round majority decision over Talgan Shaikin. That was in April in Kazakhstan. Another Uzbek amateur standout embarking upon his pro journey continues tonight.
Золотой угол, боксер из России. Welcome to the gold corner from Russia, Dmitry ZAKHAROV.
Здесь витает запах полевых цветов, бронзовых костров и морских ветров. С востока на запад, север.
The multi-time Russian national amateur champion, 4 times in total, Dmitry ZAKHAROV makes his way to the ring. He had an aggressive start to his IBA pro career in terms of matchmaking in June of last year as he took on Laquan Wang, who was 8-2 as a pro, and had recently faced the Thai wonder boy Sankartit in Dubai. ZAKHAROV scored a 6-round unanimous decision over him. He is going right back into the fire tonight against the world bronze medalist Jimmy JAFAROV. Here in our final bout before we set the table for our co-feature and main event tonight.
Fighting out of the black corner. Ему 26 лет, рост 180 сантиметров, вес 70 и 95 сотых килограмма. Его профессиональный рекорд – 1 бой, в котором он одержал победу. Ladies and gentlemen, he's 26 years old, standing 180 centimeters tall, weighing at 70.95 kilos. His professional record, 1 bout, 1 victory. Он серебряный призер чемпионата мира и двукратный чемпион Азии. Ladies and gentlemen, World Championship Silver Prize winner and Asia Championship 2-time winner. Из Бухары, Узбекистан, приветствуйте, Saidjamshid Jimmy JAFAROV. Его соперник в золотом углу. His opponent fighting out of the gold corner. Ему 22 года. Рост 178 сантиметров, вес 70,9 килограмма. Профессиональный рекорд точно такой же, как у соперника. 1 бой, 1 победа. Ladies and gentlemen, he's 22 years old. He stands 178 centimeters tall, weighing at 70.9 kilograms. His professional record exactly the same of opponent. 1 bout, 1 win. Он победитель чемпионата России 2019 по 22 год и 2023 года. He's Championship Russia winner 2019, 22 and 2023 из Нижнефартовска, Россия. Приветствуйте его, Дмитрий ZAKHAROV.
Gentlemen, head up, no holding, no low. Shaker, good luck.
Can we take a look at the tail of the tape for this one? The 22-year-old Dmitry ZAKHAROV taking on Jimmy JAFAROV. Really fascinating matchup here, and this is the intrigue of IBA pro boxing. In a normal setting, you would never see fighters who have had the amateur pedigree, the recent amateur pedigree of ZAKHAROV and JAFAROV facing one another this early in their pro careers. I mentioned JAFAROV's bronze at the World Amateur Championships in 2023. ZAKHAROV still very active on the amateur circuit himself. He took home gold at the World Cup of Petroleum Countries in 2024. He beat out very talented field at super welterweight in that one. We're seeing the style matchup here in the early going. The smart, technical, compact pressure of Dmitry ZAKHAROV and that long-range counter-punching style of Jimmy JAFAROV. His left left hand on the entry there from Zakharov. Looking off the jab there. It's that lead hand of Jafarov that will really determine this fight. If Zakharov can get past it, he could fight through the windshield wipers, so to speak. He'll be able to have success here tonight, but if Jafarov can keep him at bay with that lead hand, it could be a long night for Zakharov. Zakharov trying to come down the middle with a right hand. He switches things up, a nice 2-1, that left hand connected. Good start for Zakharov altogether. Got a left hand to the body there from Jafarov. A frequent competitor here in the IBA. We mentioned that win over Kazakhstan in Kazakhstan. Made his IBA pro debut all the way back in 2022, and really the infancy of the IBA pro circuit. Dropped a decision to double world champion Yoenli Hernandez of Cuba. Hernandez has since left Cuba and is now a sparkling prospect on the verge of being a contender in the near future, so no shame in that loss. Jafarov also became the IBA's Asian champion with a win over Sawan Okazawa in Dubai in 2023. Okazawa, of course, representative of Japan at the Olympics. So Jafarov been taking nothing but tough assignments. He's been up to the task each and every time, and now, after tying his shoelaces, starting to come alive in the late stages of this round, doing some of his best work of round one.
Round two.
A very competitive opening round in the books from Dmitry Zakharov and Jimmy Jafarov. Zakharov trying to up the pressure here in round two. Steps in with a couple good right hands. Zakharov, one of those men for whom boxing is certainly not a necessity. Zakharov actually passed a college history course when he was in just the 9th grade. An avid chess player, an avid reader of Jack London. He's bilingual. He says he doesn't have any apps on his phone. He deleted Instagram so that he could play more chess. Zakharov approaches boxing like a chess match. Trying to stay one move ahead. Very tricky Saidjamshid Jafarov here tonight. He's picking up the tempo on his end as well. Length of the footwork of Jafarov can be very, very problematic. just how far that lead hand of JAFAROV is extended, and that's one of the unfortunate conceits of fighting someone like JAFAROV, is you have to be willing to throw more than one shot to get to the inside, and in fact, you probably have to be willing to get touched by that lead hand of JAFAROV to get in there, unless you can make some kind of a defensive move. For a fighter like Zakharov, who's fairly analytical, the challenge for him mentally will be being willing to do something that might feel like a mistake, to take a shot so that he can get to the inside. More broadly speaking, that really describes what the challenge is in adapting from the amateur style to a more pure pro style, as Zakharov finds a solution there a moment ago with the 2-1, snapping the head back of JAFAROV with a nice left hand. JAFAROV comes back with a nice shot to the body. Seconds tick away, and JAFAROV with a big left hand to the body. He thinks that Zakharov might have felt that one. What a way to wrap up the round for the pride of Uzbekistan.
Round 3.
Round 3 begins. Saidjamshid JAFAROV with an excellent final 30 seconds of that round 2. Might have stolen the round from Zakharov. Coming out aggressively here in round 2, as is Zakharov. Trying to make adjustments here. What we were talking about in the previous round. Zakharov is leading with that right hand a little bit more than trying to step in with the left hand. Kind of doing what we were talking about. Again, conceding that he might get hit, but you take one to land two. Because it seems that winning the battle at long range, trying to outbox JAFAROV from out here, is going to be a losing battle, and also JAFAROV is just too nimble and too athletic to allow Zakharov to work on the inside for any extended period of time. Zakharov being forced to make some major adjustments here. JAFAROV just misses. The beautiful counter right hook over the top. Something there from Zakharov, swings underneath. Head movement of JAFAROV, swings to the outside, and something to the body. Very obvious display of confidence here. The native of Bukhara, Uzbekistan. Zakharov right now just eating pop shot jabs. JAFAROV swimming without getting wet here for the vast majority of round 3 with his hands at his side. Really dazzling Zakharov here in the third. Big left hand over the top there from JAFAROV. And he comes back with a sharp jab right before the bell. Beautiful round of boxing there from Jimmy JAFAROV.
Tepat-tepat kita sih kamu pemain aktif kamu. Batu jitu sudah bawa bahasa kami gini. Saras tepat-tepat kita pas mikro. Sisi kita mana sah? Batu jitu kami. Anda bukan teh.
Round 4.
Okay.
Round 4 now underway between Dmitry Zakharov and Saidjamshid Jimmy JAFAROV. Super welterweight prospects, two high-level amateurs for their respective countries of Russia and Uzbekistan. Dmitry Zakharov, you'll often hear fighters say they don't watch tape, and usually the explanation is that they don't want to perhaps expect habits from their opponent that won't be there on fight nights. First, just leave that to the team, strategist within their camps. But Zakharov says he doesn't watch boxing at all. Once in a while, he'll see clips. He was asked about a year ago what one of his dream fights would be, and he said, maybe one day I'd like to fight Jermell Charlo, but I think he's probably going to be too old by the time that would be realistic. Zakharov struggling to come up with names that he'd like to fight in the future because he's really just focused on his own career, which has plenty of promise. Tonight, finding a lot of difficulty with the style of Jimmy JAFAROV. Step in with that right hand. Body work from JAFAROV, immediate reply. JAFAROV just controlling the tempo of this fight thus far. Crowd in Moscow trying to will Zakharov to turn the tide. One vulnerability we have seen in JAFAROV, and it showed itself against Sagwan Okazawa in that IBA Asian Championship fight. JAFAROV can be vulnerable to uppercuts at times. JAFAROV, as you can see, likes to lean in, likes to bend at the waist. Fighters like him feel that it gives him a little bit more fluidity, a little bit better vision, but it can leave him vulnerable to big shots. We haven't really seen Zakharov offer up too many uppercuts thus far, but if we are entering the territory, a territory of desperation where Zakharov needs a knockout or a parade of knockdowns, that might be a shot he might want to look for. Instead, just eats a 1-2 right down the pipe from JAFAROV as we come to the end of the round.
Успевает. Сейчас средний ближний. 3 атаки.
Get it on. Round 5.
Just 2 to go in this one. 6-round affair between Dmitry Zakharov and Jimmy Jafarov. Originally, this was scheduled for 8, so a truncated affair here for Zakharov and Jafarov, who, in all likelihood, can train for a longer contest here tonight. You have to think they have plenty left in the tank for these final 2 rounds. Introducing more body work as the rounds have gone on. Jafarov competed at the very first IBA Champions Night in Dubai in 2022. On the inside there from Jafarov. We talk about uppercuts. Now, those could be a potential vulnerability for Jafarov. Well, how about that? 2 uppercuts popping the head back of Zakharov. 2 nice right uppercuts from the Uzbek. Good chopping right hand there from Zakharov. Take a look back at that one. I believe that Jafarov was complaining about that being behind the head. I don't think it was. Might have been the best shot of the fight landed by Zakharov. Zakharov trying to fire back with the left hand down the pipe. Zakharov picking up the foot pressure here in round 5. Zakharov very comfortable working out of the corner like that, just kind of planting his feet and ripping counters to the body. And you can see, even in these moments where Zakharov is having more success, you can see the hesitance that Jafarov has kind of beat into him in this fight. Zakharov with an opportunity, his opponent back against the corner pad, and still hesitant to let his hands go. That is the handiwork, the counter-punching ability of Jafarov materializing in a negative way for Zakharov in the most crucial moments of this fight.
Ja kada s kimi ishkam bagita izadiku, zuz pushashad.
Староста сарме клоуз, не последний раунд. Получили?
Ну, сапат пармеклад. Ана мупайт, базми джангбал лист наку, нахуй, прапта наку. Анми.
Последний раунд будет на нахуй.
Давай, бача.
Давай, тем на последний раунд.
6-й. Заключительный раунд. Round 6. The final round.
Final round now underway. Jimmy Jafarov goes right back downstairs to the body, where he's been having some success as of late. Dmitry Zakharov may need at least a very big round here in the 6th. And it's possible, particularly That big chopping right hand in round 5. Maybe the judges remember that most. Maybe he picks up round 5 if he can find another round for him. Perhaps Zakharov close the gap here in the 6th round. You never know what the scorecards look like. As we mentioned in the last bout, we've seen many times where the fighter merely by moving forward, and in some judges' eyes forcing the fight in doing so, that gets weighted significantly and they come away the victor in fights that otherwise could have been scored the other way. From my vantage point, probably take an entirely different perspective on this fight for Zakharov to come away the victor, as he eats a nice combination there from JAFAROV, who again works through the middle with those uppercuts that we suggested perhaps he could be vulnerable to. Now putting them in his own arsenal with less than a minute left to go in this contest. From JAFAROV. Zakharov was kind of languishing on the outside a little bit, then took a risk, got out in front of his front foot, and JAFAROV made him pay immediately. And there again, that time with the left hand to the body, and again these uppercuts through the middle, snapping the head back of Zakharov. A tremendous offensive display from the Uzbek in the 6th and final round. And if indeed Zakharov needed this last round, I don't think he got it. High-level stuff, though, from Zakharov and JAFAROV. You see a look of acknowledgement, maybe disappointment on the face of Denis Lebedev, the former world champion. He's been here rooting on his countrymen. Looks like the decision is in. Let's send it down to the center of the ring to find out the winner.
завершении 6-раундового боя раздельным решением судей победу одержал. Ladies and gentlemen, after the end of action, your winner by split decision, Saidjamshid Jimmy JAFAROV, Uzbekistan. И аплодисменты его сопернику Дмитрию Закharovу.
So Jimmy JAFAROV will leave with the split decision victory. We'll get 2 straight wins for him in Russia. tough night for Dmitry Zakharov, a style that just did not compute with what he wanted to do, and indeed JAFAROV just has that set of tools that can nullify some really talented fighters at 154 like he did here tonight. As we take a look back at some of the highlights, still 2 fights to come here on IBA Champions Night, including our main event between Muslim GADZHIMAGOMEDOV and Thabiso MCHUNU. Coming up next, it is our co-feature, the big boys, the heavyweights. Artem SUSLENKOV, the Russian knockout artist, takes on Big Jack MULOWAYI. That is coming up next, right after the break.
Ready to attack now. Pulling the parking lot slow with the lockdown. Convicts got the whole thing packed now. Step in the club, the wardrobe intact now. I feel it on and crack now. Ooh, I see it's all at back now. I'ma call them, then I put the Mac down. Money no problem, pocket full of that now. I feel you creeping, I can see it from my shadow. Wanna jump up in my Lamborghini Gallardo. Maybe go to my place and just kick it like Tabo. And possibly bend you over. Look back and watch me smack that all on the floor. Smack that, give me some more. Smack that till you get so. Smack that, oh. Smack that all on the floor. Smack that, give me some more. Smack that till you get so. Smack that, oh.
Oh, looks like another club banger. They better hang on when they throw this thing on. Get a little drink on, they gon' flip for the sake on shit. You can bank on it. Pedicure, manicure, kitty cat claws. The way she climbs up and down them poles. Looking like one of them booty cat dolls. Trying to hold my woody back through my drawers. Steps on stage, didn't think I saw. Creeps up behind me and she's like, yeah. I'm like, I know, let's cut to the chase. No time to wait, back to my place. Bus from the club to the crib's like a mile away. Or more like a paddler, shall I say. And plus I got a pal if he gal his game. In fact, he's the one singing the song that's playing. Hey, girl!
I feel you creeping, I can see it from my shadow. Wanna jump up in my Lamborghini Gallardo. Maybe go to my place and just kick it like Tabo. And possibly bend you over. Look back and watch me smack that all on the floor. Smack that, give me some more. Smack that till you get so. Smack that, oh. Smack that all on the floor. Smack that, give me some more. Smack that till you get so. Smack
Alors qui dit études dit travail, qui dit taf, je te dis les thunes, qui dit argent dit dépenses, qui dit crédit dit créance, qui dit dette te dit huissier, lui dit assis dans la merde, qui dit amour dit les gosses, dit toujours et dit divorce, qui dit proche te dit deuil car les problèmes ne viennent pas seuls, qui dit crise te dit monde, dit famine dit tiers-monde, et qui dit fatigue dit réveil, encore sourd de la veille, alors on sort pour oublier tous les problèmes, alors on danse, 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 alors on danse. Et là tu dis que c'est fini car pire que ça ce serait la mort. Quand tu crois enfin que tu t'en sors, quand il y en a plus, eh ben y en a encore. C'est la zig ou les problèmes ou bien la musique, ça te prend les tripes, ça te prend la tête, et puis tu pries pour que ça s'arrête. Mais c'est ton corps, c'est pas le ciel, alors tu bouges plus les oreilles, et là tu cries encore plus fort, et ça persiste, alors on chante. Alors on chante. Alors on chante. Alors on chante. Et puis seulement quand c'est fini, alors on danse. 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 Eh ben y'en a encore.
Неоправданна твоя ко мне жестокость, довольно, нескромно. И за пороги мне стало одиноко, невольно, я скована. Ты мне совсем не так. Я прошу, сделай мне навстречу шаг. Глупо, но не смешно. Вижу, тебе совсем не все равно. Не говори, что мы опоздали. Ты чувствуешь сердце между нами. Мы так хотели.
Уважаемые дамы и господа, добрый вечер и добро пожаловать на арену Международного центра бокса города Москвы, где промоутерская компания «Союз», Международная ассоциация бокса и Федерация бокса России представляет вам международный турнир «Винлайн» Ночь чемпионов IBA. Итак, уважаемые дамы и господа, официальные лица готовы, боксеры готовы. А готовы ли Москва, Питер? Фанаты бокса, вы готовы? В прямом эфире на телеканале Матч ТВ с Международного центра бокса Финлайн, ночь чемпионов IBA. И вашему вниманию главное событие вечера. 10-раундовый поединок за вакантный титул чемпиона Европы IBF в супертяжелом весе. Дамы и господа, добро пожаловать в черный угол соискатель чемпионского пояса из Бельгии. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the black corner, the contender from Belgium, Jack, Big Jack, MULOWAYI.
So the big Belgian, Big Jack MULOWAYI, makes his way to the ring with a record of 15-3-1. 11 of those wins have come by way of knockout, including his most recent win over David Gegasidze. 4 straight knockout wins in total, and the selling feature here locally, of course, is the fact that MULOWAYI has been in this exact position before in 2021 when he came to Russia and upset rising contender Abdi Davtayev, scoring an 8th-round knockout. Big Jack looking to spoil the party once more in our co-feature.
Добро пожаловать в золотой угол, соискатель чемпионского пояса из России. Welcome to the gold corner, the contender from Russia, Artem SUSLENKOV.
Artem SUSLENKOV enters the ring with a record of 11-0, and he's been starting to mention the names of the top contenders in the heavyweight division, and he's also started to take some of the steps that some of those fighters took to get to where they are today. Last time out, scored an 8-round decision over Christian Hammer, who has kind of become a rite of passage for heavyweight contenders. Tonight, SUSLENKOV takes an even bigger step up, both in stature and in talent level, and looks to announce his presence as a true contender at heavyweight with a victory tonight.
Дамы и господа, для боксеров звучат национальные гимны. И первым гимн Бельгии. Ladies and gentlemen, 2 national anthems for the boxers, and first, national anthem of Belgium. А сейчас звучит государственный гимн Российской Федерации. Ladies and gentlemen, national anthem of the Russian Federation. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the co-main event of the evening. 10 rounds of boxing for the IBF Vacant Heavyweight European Championship. Дамы и господа, поединок санкционирован Международной Федерацией бокса IBF, президент Дарил Пиплс и Федерации бокса России, генеральный секретарь Татьяна Кириенко. Супервайзер IBF Михаил Денисов, Россия. Супервайзер Федерации профессионального бокса России Олег Агеев. Судьи у ринга оценивают чемпионский бой. 3 judges at ringside scoring this championship bout. Ираклий Малазони, Россия. Сергей Летунов, Россия. И Йорк Мильке, Германия. Ваш судья-хронометрист, your timekeeper, Михаил Куликов, Россия. И с ударом гонга рефери в ринге. And while the bell rings, your referee in charge, representing Switzerland and Germany, Sven Графе. Представляю вам соперников. И первым боксера в черном углу, в трусах белого цвета с золотом. Introducing to you first, fighting out of the blue corner, out of the black corner, wearing white with gold. Ему 37 лет, рост 193 сантиметра, вес 107,9 килограмма. Его профессиональный рекорд – 15 побед, включая 11 побед нокаутом, 3 поражения при одной ничьей. He is 37 years old, standing 193 centimeters tall, weighing in at 107.9 kilograms. His professional record, 15 victories, including 11 wins by wham knockouts, 3 defeats and 1 draw. Дамы и господа, он чемпион WBC Азии в супертяжелом весе, чемпион Африканского боксерского союза. Ladies and gentlemen, he's heavyweight Asia WBC champion and African Boxing Union heavyweight champion, representing Antwerp, Belgium, introducing Jack Big Jack MULOWAYI. Его соперник в золотом углу. And his opponent across the ring, fighting out of the gold corner. Бойцу 29 лет. Рост 186 сантиметров, вес 108,6 килограмма. Профессиональный рекорд 11 побед, ни одного поражения, 7 побед, одержаны нокаутом. Ladies and gentlemen, he's 29 years old, standing 186 centimeters tall, weighing at 108.6 kilograms, with professional record 11 victories, including 7 big wins coming by wham knockout and no losses. Дамы и господа, чемпион России, призер чемпионата России, чемпион всемирских военных игр. Ladies and gentlemen, he's a Russian national champion 2016. Russian national champion, silver prize winner 2015, and CISM champion. Дамы и господа, приветствуйте из Волгограда, Россия, Фотон Артем Susленков, не знающий поражений.
Okay, guys. You follow my commands all the time, okay? And I wish you a clean and a fair fight, okay? Cards close. Good luck.
And we take a look at the tail of the tape for our co-main event, Artem Suslenkov and Jack MULOWAYI. MULOWAYI enjoying a 3-inch height advantage in this one. As mentioned, the IBF European heavyweight title on the line. Is being suggested that the winner of this one could earn a top 15 ranking in the IBF. We mentioned that Suslenkov has started to mention the names of some heavyweight elites. A win here tonight would give him plum position with the sanctioning body to make that reality just a little bit closer. Getting closer will be paramount for Suslenkov here tonight to get inside the reach of Big Jack, the former professional basketball player, played pro in 3 different countries before knee injury ended his career and he transitioned to boxing. He's had plenty of success. He's fought on major U.S. networks. He's fought on Showtime. He fought on Fox. Probably best known, unfortunately, for his knockout loss in the hands of Olympic champion, the big Uzbek, Bakidir Jalolov, brutally knocked out in that one. But that was 5 fights ago. We mentioned he scored 4 knockout victories on a lower level since. He's entering this one with plenty of confidence. And back at the site, perhaps the biggest victory of his career, that knockout win over Abdi Davtayev, and that is fresh in the minds of the boxing public in Russia. Seeing similarities between that matchup in this one. Seeing if the Big Jack can pull off another upset here tonight. Suslenkov, Russian national amateur champion back in 2016, as you heard the ring announcer say. He's been kind of grooming himself in the pro game for quite some time. He was competing in the World Series of Boxing all the way back at the age of 22, and now 29 years of age, a full-fledged professional. But you see an abrasion outside the left eye of Artem Suslenkov already. The product of one of those snapping jabs from MULOWAYI. Right hand over the top there from MULOWAYI. 15 seconds of round 1. A bad round for Big Jack. Good body work though from Suslenkov. MULOWAYI finding a route for that right hand, utilizing that height advantage. And this one turning into an interesting bout already as we take a look back at some of the action from round 1.
Start round 2.
As round 2 begins, we got a better look at the damage on the face of Artem SUSLENKOV there a moment ago. Less of a cut than it is an abrasion of some sort. It doesn't seem to be trickling down, and certainly is nowhere near his eye. The bigger issue is the swelling that seems to be intensifying pretty quickly. That could be a problem for SUSLENKOV. Mulowayyi staying very active with that lead hand.
Break!
Mention those wins that Big Jack has picked up back home in Belgium. Perhaps more importantly, he's been very active as a sparring partner for some of the very best in the world. He's been part of the Anthony Joshua camp for quite some time. Camp with Alexander Usyk as he prepared for his first bout against Tyson Fury. Generally speaking, Big Jack, one of the names that the heavyweight elites call when they need work against a tall, rangy jabber. Mulowayyi doing some good work there. Some clever uppercuts on the inside. SUSLENKOV, though, so powerful. He really garnered a reputation for violent knockouts, even on the amateur circuit. We saw that power in 2023 in an exhibition bout that, for all intents and purposes, was just a pro bout.
Break!
30 seconds remaining here in round 2. SUSLENKOV continuing to batter the body of Mulowayyi, trying to take the reach of Mulowayyi away, and turn this into an inside fight. SUSLENKOV using that kind of peekaboo style, trying to swim his way to the inside. Did much better work there in the second round as he finishes it off with one more left hook to the body.
Denk eraan, ik vind dat hij heel raakbaar is met linkshoek natuurlijk. En dan staat hij dus maar hou ook de juiste afstand, baseer het daarop. En jab en vooral focus op wanneer die komt. Hè.
Second out.
There is round. Round 3.
Box.
Round 3 is underway of our co-main event here between Artem SUSLENKOV and Big Jack Mulowayyi. SUSLENKOV continues to target the body of Big Jack. Nice counter shot there from SUSLENKOV. SUSLENKOV having to pay a heavy tax to get to the inside. Says that he's physically and mentally prepared to go the 10-round distance, but he's looking for an early stoppage here tonight. He is trying to push the tempo in the early going. It'll be a statement win for SUSLENKOV if he can score it. Making some very good fighters to take out Big Jack in his career. Beloussov or Sanchez, or even a loss he suffered early in his career to Belgian champ Hervé Beau. Mulowayyi was still very much a novice. the body there from SUSLENKOV. Trying to force some exchanges on the inside and wagering that his shorter shots, maybe his quicker shots, are going to get there faster. Those big wide punches on the inside from MULOWAYI. MULOWAYI with a bit of an awkward delivery of that right hand has worked for him in this fight. Almost kind of a downward slapping, chopping motion. Found some success with it, but again, he needs space to get that shot off, and SUSLENKOV does not want to give that to him. Big left hook there from SUSLENKOV. Big Jack trapped along the ropes here, wisely grabbing a hold. With 10 seconds left to go in the round, you see the acknowledgement there from MULOWAYI. He ate a good shot from SUSLENKOV. He found the breakthrough that he's looking for. Good boost of confidence for the Russian favorite.
Yep. Get out.
Четвертый раунд, round 4.
Box.
Saw some of the handiwork there from round 3 from Artem SUSLENKOV as we enter the 4th frame. Leaping left hook, causing MULOWAYI some problems in the final 20 seconds of that round. Style, SUSLENKOV. Obviously, as you might guess looking at this style, loves watching Mike Tyson, and you see a lot of those reference points of the Tyson style, the way that he kind of sticks the jab to the body, the head movement, that leaping left hook. And SUSLENKOV at 6'1", frankly doesn't have a choice but to employ a style like that. He's going to be looking up some monstrous characters in this division, and indeed looking up at Big Jack here tonight. Managing to shrink the ring and shrink that advantage the more he pulls his way to the inside. Just missing a rocket of a right hand. SUSLENKOV comes back to the inside with a two-punch combination right along the belt line. Good work on the part of the SUSLENKOV corner. Swelling underneath the eye is really not intensified. It looked like it was ballooning up when it happened. Not gonna look nice later on tonight or tomorrow, but for the moment, under control as SUSLENKOV lands a good left hook, good short shot on the inside. SUSLENKOV finding success, just throwing away a right hand and then stepping in jabs and hooks.
Stop. No here, okay?
Jacking a little reckless there.
Okay.
Shot behind the head.
Okay, box.
Underneath that left hook from Suslenkov, but Suslenkov stays with it. Scores with another flurry to the body. Sure if at some point that body work will pay dividends. And Suslenkov be able to make MULOWAYI stay stationary. We head back into the corners at the end of round 4.
Gabriel, round 5.
Box.
Round 5 underway in this 10-round heavyweight contest between Artem Suslenkov and Jack MULOWAYI. Nice left hook there from Suslenkov. He's come out firing here in the 5th.
Right.
One of the reasons that Suslenkov is a name of intrigue in the heavyweight division is because of an under-the-radar win that he scored in March of last year. Suslenkov scored an 8-round decision over top contender Michael Hunter. Now, that was an IBA pro bout, so one of the reasons why it went under the radar is that it won't appear on the main page of Hunter's box rec, so a lot of people just did not realize that that fight happened. Of course, Hunter in conversations for some very big fights in the United States, or perhaps on a Riyadh season card in Saudi Arabia, but came over to Russia, took a loss to Artem Suslenkov. Suslenkov has shown that he can hang with some good names in the heavyweight division already. Another good win on his resume here tonight in our co-main event. MULOWAYI trying to stay active with the lead hand.
Okay. Box.
Jabs from Big Jack falling short with more regularity. Suslenkov able to double jab his way to the inside. Does it again, places a right hand to the body. Inside the final minute of round 5.
Stop. Box.
Fighting in the first scheduled 10-rounder of his career. See if he can sustain that pressure fighting style for 10 rounds, or if we'll need 10 rounds here tonight, because both of these men are throwing bombs still at the midway point of this fight. Right hand to MULOWAYI grazing off the shoulder of Suslenkov, and he fires a couple of them moments after the bell.
Maar laat die jab gaan. Als je meer bokst, oogt je ook beter. En ook goed op je benen staan. Goed, die ronde heb je zeker gewonnen. Dat is zo'n middelmatige gedachte. Als je meer doet, gaat je gewonnen krijgen.
Шестой раунд. Round 6.
Round 6 underway. Artem SUSLENKOV back to work. Targeting the body of Jack MULOWAYI. MULOWAYI in search of another shocking upset on the road in Russia. He did it to Abdidev Tayev. He'll do it again here tonight. Still very much in this fight. Still landing some eye-catching shots here and there. And again, it only takes one with fighters who possess the kind of power that MULOWAYI and SUSLENKOV have. Hard left hook to the body there from SUSLENKOV. We haven't seen any noticeable effects from the body work from SUSLENKOV as of yet. MULOWAYI still operating in a very similar manner to the way he was in the early rounds. That said, we're only in round 6. The more stationary MULOWAYI becomes, the better it is for SUSLENKOV. Tighter, neater work on the inside from SUSLENKOV. Even though it's the ruggedness, the aggression of SUSLENKOV is giving him control of these rounds. It's the boxing schooling. It's the tidier, neater work on the inside that's doing the damage. He's having to work pretty hard to do it. Again, MULOWAYI, a late adapter to the sport, pro basketball player. There he lands a nice chopping right hand. These shots from Big Jack, they come from unusual angles at times. They're coming down at SUSLENKOV.
Stop.
10 seconds remain here in the 6th. Swelling and blood all over the face of SUSLENKOV. It's the price he's paying to do the kind of work he wants to do in this fight.
Second out. Second out.
Седьмой раунд. Round 7.
So as the 7th round begins, if you were to just take a picture of the faces of the two fighters involved right now, Artem SUSLENKOV and Jack MULOWAYI, you would think that MULOWAYI is winning this fight going away. That is probably not the case, but again, it is indicative of the tax that SUSLENKOV has to pay to get to the inside. As a 6'1" heavyweight, You just don't have a choice but to take some shots if you want to get to the inside. And SUSLENKOV has eaten some good ones from Big Jack thus far.
Break.
MULOWAYI doing the wise thing and just wrapping SUSLENKOV up on the inside as SUSLENKOV is just trying to grind him down. Nice counter right hand there from SUSLENKOV.
Break.
MULOWAYI again just getting his hands on the inside of SUSLENKOV, wrapping him up.
Break. Stop. Not holding, okay?
Really no point in MULOWAYI trying to do work on the inside. However, that can't be all he's doing, just negating the work on the inside. He has to do work like that. Might look a little unconventional, but you can see the results on the face of SUSLENKOV. These big windmill shots are connecting. MULOWAYI there, just trying to use the elasticity of the ropes to create a little bit of room to get that chopping right hand off.
Break.
Clubbing right hand from MULOWAYI.
Break.
It's been a good little sequence for Big Jack, I'd say, over the last minute or so. Again, it hasn't looked the prettiest. The punch delivery isn't always conventional. MULOWAYI breaking through some of those big right hands.
Stop. Time.
SUSLENKOV spending less time on the chest of Big Jack in that 7th round.
Начни справа бить голову. Прямые не бей уже. Уже не та дистанция. Бей уже боковые, Артем.
Back it out.
Восьмой раунд. Round 8.
What?
So we'll see if Big Jack can build upon his relative success from round 7. Perhaps a little bit of a round off there for SUSLENKOV, who has been bringing heavy pressure all night long. He's absorbed the punishment that you can clearly see on his face.
Stop. Stop. Okay. Box.
Overall, if you're looking at the pie chart of this fight, the majority of the good work has been done by SUSLENKOV. He's certainly been the aggressor. Lands a nice counter right hand to the body. Good uppercut right underneath the left arm of MULOWAYI there a moment ago.
Break. Push. Box.
Body work there from SUSLENKOV, almost exclusively targeting the body over the last 30 seconds or so. See SUSLENKOV kind of touching his face, holding his left hand a little bit higher now. I wonder if that was an adjustment made in his corner after taking a few more right hands in that 7th round than he had in previous frames. Trying to just announce to MULOWAYI that that shot isn't there.
Break! Break!
Heavy breaths from both men. As you would expect, two big athletes here in the 8th round of business in our co-feature.
Break!
A little bit of a lapse in concentration there from SUSLENKOV. Referee was certainly not governing that break. That could have been a free shot for Big Jack.
Break.
20 seconds remain in round 8. Clubbing shots along the arms of Big Jack on the inside. SUSLENKOV grinding away. We head towards the final 2 rounds of this contest.
Девятый раунд, round 9.
Two to go here in our co-feature between Artem SUSLENKOV and Jack MULOWAYI. The IBF European heavyweight title on the line here. The suggestion is that the winner of this fight, particularly if it's SUSLENKOV, could be inserted into the IBF's top 15. Still plenty of confidence in the corner of MULOWAYI, you heard in between rounds. In French, you heard Strainer telling him, fatigué, he's telling him SUSLENKOV is tired.
Break.
And again, if you're just to take a snapshot, not just of what their faces look like, we've addressed that point, but even the body language of the two fighters.
Break.
SUSLENKOV looks like the fighter, visually, who is more tired at the moment. Now, some fighters just kind of wear their exhaustion on their sleeves a little bit more, and SUSLENKOV may be one of those because he is still plowing forward. But you can see the source of the confidence in the MULOWAYI corner. Whether they think they're ahead on the scorecards or whether they think they need something big in these final 2 rounds. Got an opponent in front of them in SUSLENKOV who's damaged, looks to be laboring a little bit. Just giving the MULOWAYI corner the belief that they can get something done in the final 4 minutes of this fight. There's a sharp right hand from MULOWAYI a moment ago. First scheduled 10-rounder in the career of SUSLENKOV. He is swimming in uncharted territory right now. Flip side, in these later rounds where we've seen MULOWAYI in trouble, it was in the 8th round. He was knocked out cold by the big Uzbek. SUSLENKOV perhaps find one of those big shots he started becoming known for even in his early days as an amateur.
Stop! 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 Not push, okay, please. Stop!
SUSLENKOV trying to fire some uppercuts here in the closing moments of round 9. 3 minutes will remain in our co-main event.
Wat jij in de handen hebt, is dat je nu... Ja. Last round, second. Deze trouw. Еще ртом тянут. Кто бросает? Давай боковой раз ударь. Махни уже. Промахнешься, не промахнешься. Да, изо всех хорошо. Делай. Делай, раз, делай.
10-й, заключительный раунд, round 10, the final round.
10th and final round of what has been a rugged heavyweight affair between Artem SUSLENKOV and Big Jack MULOWAYI. MULOWAYI looking to score another big upset on the road in Russia. SUSLENKOV looking to cement his status as one of the more interesting rising heavyweight contenders today. Seeing here tonight some of the limitations of SUSLENKOV, both in stature and in output. Again, these are the building blocks, these types of fights that could maybe get you a top 15 ranking where you start to really figure out what you need to become an actual title threat. SUSLENKOV learning some of those lessons tonight, be it in victory or in defeat. Counters with a nice jab there and placing the right hand to the body.
Stop. Stop. Okay. Fuck.
Slapping right hand from MULOWAYI.
Stop. Stop. Okay.
Not as much on those shots in the 10th round. Understandably, had to deal with heavy pressure from SUSLENKOV, but that was a good right hand a moment ago, and SUSLENKOV, rather than doing his work on the inside, grabs a hold. Hasn't been SUSLENKOV initiating those clinches on the inside all that often. I think we can conclude that he felt that right hand from MULOWAYI.
Break. Break.
Deep breaths again from SUSLENKOV, who has been persistent all night long.
Break.
It looks like he is coming to the very end, the very bottom of his gas tank in the 10th round. MULOWAYI looking the fresher of the two. That does not mean he's ahead on the scorecards.
Okay. Fuck.
Illustrates how fascinating this struggle has been for SUSLENKOV tonight. He walked into something there that is not ruled a knockdown. One more clubbing right hand from MULOWAYI at the bell. And that will do it for this one. And if you're Jack MULOWAYI or a supporter of his, you have to wonder, what if we had 2 more rounds to work with? Gutsy effort from Artem SUSLENKOV all night long. He'll be grabbing a pair of sunglasses as soon as he gets to the back, I'm sure. As we look back at some of the action from the 10th and final round. Nervous moments for both Artem SUSLENKOV and Jack MULOWAYI. Neither fighter particularly explicit in celebration. Muted response from both men. They await the scores. What could be a career-altering moment for either man. A complete change of fortunes for Jack MULOWAYI. Big propelling moment for Artem SUSLENKOV. He gets the nod here tonight. As though the scores are in the ring, so we will send it down to the center of the ring for the official decision.
Итак, уважаемые дамы и господа, по завершении титульного боя обратимся к судейским запискам. Ladies and gentlemen, at the end of the title bout, we go to the judges' scorecards. Судья номер 1, Judge 1, 96-94. Судья номер 2, Judge 2, 95-95. И судья номер 3, 97-93. Judge 1, 96-94. Judge 2, 95-95. And Judge 3, 97-93. Таким образом, большинством судейских голосов одержал победу и стал чемпионом Европы IBF в супертяжелом весе. Ladies and gentlemen, your winner by majority decision and new IBF heavyweight European champion, Artem SUSLENKOV!
Well, Artem SUSLENKOV had to earn it. You heard the scores, 96-94, 97-93 in his favor. Another judge scoring this fight even. It was a struggle right to the final bell. SUSLENKOV seemingly using every ounce of energy he had left to grind this one out over big Jack MULOWAYI. See the IBF European title now around his waist. There is the potential that he'll be inserted into the top 15 in the heavyweight rankings by the IBF. Certainly, we saw in this fight some of the challenges that SUSLENKOV will face as he takes on even tougher opposition than he found here tonight in Big Jack. SUSLENKOV will certainly be an exciting contender to watch regardless of where he goes next. A hard-fought victory over Jack MULOWAYI here tonight as we set the stage for our main event. Muslim GADZHIMAGOMEDOV, the WBA Bridgerweight champion. His title is not on the line here tonight, but he will be facing the biggest name that he's faced as a professional and the toughest test. Former world title challenger, Thabiso MCHUNU. That's coming up next, right after the break.
Мы с моей командой идем дальше. Спасибо вам всем большое, спасибо за поддержку.
Artem SUSLENKOV. Уважаемые дамы и господа, наступил момент, который вы все так долго ждали. Промоутерская компания «Союз», Международная ассоциация бокса и Федерация бокса России с гордостью представляют вам главное событие вечера – 10-раундовый бой в Бриджерфесте. Дамы и господа, добро пожаловать в черный угол ринга. Боксер из Южноафриканской Республики. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the black corner from the South African Republic, Thabiso, The Rock MCHUNU.
Well, The Rock, Thabiso MCHUNU, is one of boxing's premier hard luck cases, stemming from a pair of questionable decision losses at the hands of Yamil Peralta and to longtime rival Junior Makabu, which means that MCHUNU has an argument for having beaten the WBC's number 2 and number 8 rated cruiserweights at present time in his last 2 fights. But the 2 biggest wins of MCHUNU's career have taken place here in Russia. wins over Denis Lebedev in 2019, and Olympic gold medalist Evgeny Tischenko in 2021, which has made this fight extremely marketable in Russia. In other words, can this Russian standout tonight finally put an end to MCHUNU's streak of upsets in this country, or can MCHUNU finally break through with a major victory?
Welcome to the gold corner from Russia, Muslim GADZHIMAGOMEDOV.
Новое место на карте, несколько вдохов до старта, закипает кровь, страх потом любовь, так безусловно нельзя,
The 2020 Olympic silver medalist Muslim GADZHIMAGOMEDOV has professional gold being carried behind him as well. That is the WBA Bridgerweight title. She made the first defense of last time out, scoring a 12-round unanimous decision over Leon Harth. That was in October of last year in Russia. Of course, the longtime amateur rival of the great Julio Cesar La Cruz, who he has a victory over in IBA pro action. And who knows? We could see the two of them, square off in a 12-round fight. But all of the professional dreams are contingent upon a victory over the biggest name that he's faced as a pro yet, in Thabiso MCHUNU. We are ready to meet the fighters, so let's send it back down to the center of the ring.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the moment you've all been waiting for. Soyuz Promotion, International Boxing Association, and Russian Boxing Federation proud to present the main event of the evening. 10 rounds of boxing Bridgerweight contest. Супервайзер Олег Агеев. Судьи у ринга оценивают главное событие. Judges at ringside scoring this main event. Алексей Козлов, Ираклий Малазони, Александр Калинкин. Ваш судья хронометрист таймгеймер Михаил Куликов. И с ударом гонга рефери. Well, the bell rings, your referee in charge, Сергей Литунов. Итак, дамы и господа на трибунах, миллионы фанатов бокса во всем мире в прямом эфире на телеканале Матч ТВ с арены Международного центра бокса. Главное событие вечера – Винлайн, Ночь чемпионов IBA. Представляю вам соперника. И первым боксера в черном углу, в красных трусах с черной полосой. Introducing to you first, fighting out of the black corner, wearing red with black. Ему 36 лет, рост 178 сантиметров, вес 95,9 килограмма. Его профессиональный рекорд – 23 победы, включая 13 побед нокаутом, 7 поражений. Ladies and gentlemen, he's 36 years old. He stands 178 centimeters tall, weighing in at 95.9 kilograms. His professional record, 23 victories, including 13 big wins by wham, knockout, and 7 defeats. Ladies and gentlemen, representing Johannesburg, South African Republic, here is Thabiso, the Rock MCHUNU. Его соперник в золотом углу ринга, в трусах фиолетового цвета с белой полосой. And his opponent, across the ring, fighting out of the gold corner, wearing purple with white. Ему 28 лет, рост 192 сантиметра, вес 95,4 килограмма. Его профессиональный рекорд – 5 побед, ни одного поражения, 3 победы, одержаны нокаутом. Ladies and gentlemen, he's 28 years old. He stands 192 centimeters tall, weighing in at 95.4 kilograms. His professional record, 5 victories, including 3 wins coming by wham, knockout, and no losses. Дамы и господа, заслуженный мастер спорта, двукратный чемпион мира, чемпион Европы, серебряный призер Олимпийских игр, чемпион мира WBA Prison Fighter. Ladies and gentlemen, he is world champion, two-time European champion, Olympic Games silver prize winner, and WBA Breacherweight champion of the world. Дамы и господа, приветствуйте! Из Серпухова, Россия, не знающий поражений, the undefeated Muslim GADZHIMAGOMEDOV.
Gentlemen, follow the rules, соблюдайте правила, protect yourself all the time, все время защищайте себя. Clean fight, чистый бой, touch gloves. Good luck.
And we take a look at the tail of the tape for our main event. Muslim GADZHIMAGOMEDOV taking on Thabiso MCHUNU. GADZHIMAGOMEDOV with nearly a 6-inch height advantage in this one. This one's scheduled for 10. This was originally scheduled as a WBA Bridgerweight title fight, then got knocked down to a 10-rounder. Whether it's a title fight or not, you get the sense that MCHUNU knows that this is a vital fight in his career. He visited his father back home a couple of weeks ago, and the MCHUNU say that they had a spiritual and emotional conversation. Get the feeling that the stakes are higher for MCHUNU here tonight, who, as we mentioned, has come agonizingly close to his dream of becoming world champion. Not only that, but he was in the conversation for potentially facing Canelo Alvarez a couple of years ago when it was suggested that Canelo might hop up to cruiserweight. You mentioned MCHUNU's greatest triumphs have come here in Russia. Of course, Denis Lebedev, who he's vanquished back in 2019, seated ringside. Early on, you see the hand speed. GADZHIMAGOMEDOV. Got the sense that GADZHIMAGOMEDOV's confidence has been growing over the last couple of weeks. A few weeks ago, he said that he would win this fight with quickness, foot speed, and hand speed, but just yesterday, in an interview after the weigh-in, he said that he felt that he could knock MCHUNU out inside 8 rounds. That he felt that MCHUNU not only doesn't deal well with hand speed, but doesn't deal well with pressure. So we'll see if GADZHIMAGOMEDOV starts stepping forward with a little more regularity like that as the rounds go on. MCHUNU not uncomfortable operating off the back foot by any means, but against bigger fighters like GADZHIMAGOMEDOV, he's more of an ambush fighter. He's going to fight in spurts, try and surprise his opponent with the attacks, try and jump in with left hands like that. Offering a little bit of a clue there as to what he might have on tap here tonight. Right now, just a front hand, a lead hand, and a front foot battle. As GADZHIMAGOMEDOV steps in with a nice jab. MCHUNU returns fire with a left hand to the belt line. Quiet opening round, and you'd have to think that quiet rounds, play to the hand, of the Olympic silver medalist.
You don't want him there like to settle down. I like that, what you do. Your body language is good. How are you feeling in there? Good. Good. Huh? Good. Work him out, babe. Be patient. Work him out, brother. Work him out.
On the counter,
All right. Just, you know what? He needs to put on a show here. He needs to let him understand that, ain't he? He's going to make mistakes. Ready to counter, eh?
Tamerlan, round 2.
So round 2 begins. Heard the conversation in the corner of Thabiso and MCHUNU. They like what they see so far. Get the feeling that GADZHIMAGOMEDOV is perhaps nervous right now. Feel that make the kinds of mistakes that MCHUNU could capitalize on. MCHUNU, of course, has been in there with many of the best in the world, including Alexander Usyk. Good showing against Usyk back in 2016 before he was ultimately stopped. MCHUNU continued to improve as a fighter after that loss. In fact, you'd have to think that all of his best outings came after that fight. MCHUNU was talking about retirement about 2 years ago, but has continued forward. Again, has had some heartbreak since then. Hoping to avoid that once more tonight in Moscow. GADZHIMAGOMEDOV is taking what's given to him thus far. Stealing those shots to the body. Snapping jab there up top. Remember, this is just a 6th pro bout in the career of GADZHIMAGOMEDOV. Still very much getting used to professional pacing, despite the fact he's a WBA Bridgerweight title holder. Right hand to the body there. Even in his title-winning effort, you saw that learning curve that exists for GADZHIMAGOMEDOV. Won his title, a brutal stoppage victory over former cruiserweight title challenger Zhaoxin Zhang in July of last year at the IBA Coliseum. But Zhang basically brought all-out pressure in that fight. And even though GADZHIMAGOMEDOV scored the stoppage in that fight, it certainly looked like he was breathing heavily at the end of that 4th round once the stoppage was scored. Right now has been able to work pretty comfortably at long range, where he's been able to touch MCHUNU, not the opposite. MCHUNU trying to inch just a little bit closer. He can be effective. Good pivot there from GADZHIMAGOMEDOV, and he has MCHUNU rocked here in the 2nd round.
Все время есть у нас, 8 раундов. Дыши. Все правильно, все хорошо. Нормально? Капа у тебя? Капа же. Капа у него. Сейчас доставай.
It's round 3.
As As round 3 begins, that right hand that you saw in the highlight pack from round 2, right at the end of the round, I mean, that is how you draw it up in the gym. You don't always imagine, but you'll land a right hand like that, off a pivot like that, especially in a high-level contest like this. GADZHIMAGOMEDOV with a beautiful right hand that had MCHUNU in a little bit of trouble. At the end of round 2, you saw MCHUNU, at least to start round 2, closing the distance a little bit. Maybe trying to take those pathways away from GADZHIMAGOMEDOV. He tries to get his right foot on the outside of the Olympic silver medalist. MCHUNU tries to step in with the left hand. Caught the gloves of GADZHIMAGOMEDOV. We'll see what the 36-year-old legs of Thabiso MCHUNU have left here tonight, especially carrying some added weight. Now entering the bridger weight division, coming in above 220 pounds in here tonight. That's a lot more than MCHUNU is used to carrying. Down at cruiserweight. Typically comfortably made that limit, weigh in around 198 or so. MCHUNU short in stature for cruiserweight. At bridgerweight, he'll have even larger problems, literally and figuratively, perhaps. To the final minute of round 3. MCHUNU just using that wide stance, the thread in the left hand. Keep GADZHIMAGOMEDOV on the outside. Not something that GADZHIMAGOMEDOV will dislike. And there again, pivot around MCHUNU and look for that right hand. For MCHUNU in these quiet moments is that even if nothing extremely substantial is happening, GADZHIMAGOMEDOV, by even touching him to the body like that, is just piling up points. But there you see MCHUNU with a nice counter left hand over the top. And we will head to the stools before round 4.
Your reflexes, turn it up. They feel good, yeah. Hold on there. Throw 3 punches. You catch him 3 punches. You can catch him. Finish with a hook. Boom, boom, boom. Watch it, yeah. Touch him, baby. Very relaxed. Trying to win some rounds, eh? He's getting anxious, good. You're getting more relaxed, you're getting faster. Okay. Play with it, bro. Play with it, bro. Out the corner first. Let's go. Get out the corner first. Come on.
Четвертый раунд, round 4.
You hear the injection of confidence in the Thabiso MCHUNU corner there as we begin round 4. MCHUNU corner feeling as though GADZHIMAGOMEDOV is getting anxious. MCHUNU, in their words, play with him in this round. And again, the vast gap in professional, high-level professional experience for MCHUNU. If you knew nothing about the background of GADZHIMAGOMEDOV, you would probably think that's the case as well. But the assignment, not that easy for MCHUNU tonight. But he's off to a good start here in round 4. Some good body work from the Rock. Of Muslim rallying behind GADZHIMAGOMEDOV. MCHUNU falling off balance there. Much to the delight, the excitement of the crowd here in Moscow. This left hand to the body again from MCHUNU, who's taking the initiative with more regularity here in the fourth. This is the best consistent work from MCHUNU yet. Well, that's a nice counter from GADZHIMAGOMEDOV. A right hand that backs him up momentarily. Swinging left hand there. Time and time again, GADZHIMAGOMEDOV thinking about that clever pivot that allowed him to score the right hand in the second round. MCHUNU has cut off that pathway each time since. There it is. MCHUNU meets him with a left hand. It strays a little bit low, but the point remains. That pet move of GADZHIMAGOMEDOV, there he thinks about it again. MCHUNU seems to have that one figured out. It's these jabs to the body in the quiet moments that may be the issue, at least in terms of what the judges are seeing here round after round. There it is again from the Olympic silver medalist.
Got it out. Round 5.
The sold-out International Boxing Center in Moscow, enjoying this one, our main event between Muslim GADZHIMAGOMEDOV and Thabiso MCHUNU. A monstrous crowd at the weigh-in yesterday. It was staged in a mall in Moscow, and the hallways were absolutely packed. Many of the Russian boxing stars on hand and weighing in during the week. Two former Russian cruiserweight stars, Dmitry and Denis Lebedev, also weighed in on this fight, and they had very different takes. Kudryashov was a lot harsher. He said that he feels MCHUNU is, quote, too clumsy and over the hill to catch up with GADZHIMAGOMEDOV, while Lebedev was a lot more cautious. He told GADZHIMAGOMEDOV not to overlook MCHUNU and that he closes distance a lot faster than you think. And going back to the message that we just heard in the corner of Thabiso MCHUNU, we want a little bit more movement, either in or out, from MCHUNU, telling him not to be as stationary as he has been, because things like that will happen. He gets touched by a nice right hand from GADZHIMAGOMEDOV. In those legs, that athleticism of MCHUNU that have carried him so far in his career. A standout soccer player as a child. Still to this day, spends time training with some of the members of the South African national soccer team for his strength and conditioning. See, even at 220 plus, even at 36 years of age, MCHUNU visibly in terrific shape here tonight. Corner MCHUNU asking him to push GADZHIMAGOMEDOV back.
You've done over. You've got to throw 3 punches. We'll catch him, I promise you. We'll catch him.
MCHUNU applying the pressure this round. Hasn't brought the volume with it. You hear his corner at times pleading with him, telling him, you'll catch him. I promise you. Wanting MCHUNU to be a little bit busier than he has been this round. Again, the pressure is there. You see him framing up, walking GADZHIMAGOMEDOV down. The WBA Bridgerweight champion with the movement and the hand speed, staying out of harm's way in that round.
You can push a bit. You can push a bit. Always be smart. You can push a bit. Throw 3 punches. Every time you throw, you catch it. Keep your balance when you punch. Go off you punch. Nice and balanced.
That's not cardio. It's not your cardio.
You can push him back and rip his run him down. I'd like you to put him down. You can drop him. You've got to go. You're aggressive. Not going to give it people you nice. Yeah, you're going to punch him fast.
Choose time round 6.
No ambiguity in the corner of MCHUNU as round 6 begins. Pressure, pressure, pressure is the edict for the Rock. And again, reading between the lines of that messaging, they didn't say it explicitly. They didn't say, hey, we need more punches, we need more volume. The way that they said it sort of suggested that, telling him, when you throw, you land. When you throw, you can hurt him. The key word there has been when, because GADZHIMAGOMEDOV has been the busier of the two men. Snapping jab there from GADZHIMAGOMEDOV. Go back to the earliest assessment that GADZHIMAGOMEDOV had of this fight. He was speaking weeks ago. He said that movement and hand speed would win him this fight. Again, became a little bit more brazen in his assessments as weeks went on, feeling as though he could maybe stop MCHUNU inside 8 rounds. And he has buzzed MCHUNU. He did so early in this fight. But by and large, since then, he's gone back to seemingly what he originally envisioned. That he could simply box his way to victory here tonight. Right idea there from MCHUNU. Step to the outside with that left hand coming down the center. And the body from GADZHIMAGOMEDOV, but MCHUNU stands his ground, lands a nice sharp left hand.
Stop! Stop! Right. Box!
The indication wasn't clear there. I think what the referee was telling MCHUNU is don't step on GADZHIMAGOMEDOV's foot intentionally. Although if he can get away with it, it would be a great plan. GADZHIMAGOMEDOV, nice uppercut through the middle there. Starting to get a little bit more creative. Starting to take some chances offensively, but it is in the midst of that chaos. MCHUNU could find some openings as well. Again, this is a much different style and much different level than GADZHIMAGOMEDOV has been on in the professional ranks. Up to the task thus far. We will head into round 7.
Let's go. Fire up.
And you watch it, you come out of the right. You watch it with the weave and you come over. You watch it, even in trying to run on top of you.
Saidjamshid, round 7.
Box. Round 7 begins. GADZHIMAGOMEDOV said before this fight, I will hit quickly and I will leave quickly. He said, if you remember, MCHUNU's fights with Tishchenko and Lebedev, they simply couldn't catch up with the speed of MCHUNU. The speed of MCHUNU hasn't really shown up thus far here tonight, although he's looking a little bit more aggressive in the 7th round. And part of it may be the skill set of GADZHIMAGOMEDOV. Part of it may be the aging process, the added poundage that MCHUNU is carrying here tonight. In any event, he's having a lot more success than his countryman did. GADZHIMAGOMEDOV closing the gap a little bit. Saw the pantomime in his corner, suggesting some more multi-punch combinations from him. Landed a nice counter right hook over the top there. Grazed the shoulder of GADZHIMAGOMEDOV, landed nonetheless, but now GADZHIMAGOMEDOV makes his way to the inside and lands a nice left hook to the body. MCHUNU replies with a body shot. Now the action picking up here in round 7. The final 30 seconds of round 7. GADZHIMAGOMEDOV stepping to the inside with more regularity now. Maybe sensing that MCHUNU is starting to wear down, or perhaps that we're just going to be at a standstill here. If MCHUNU isn't going to throw that often, well, I might as well try to get to the inside, and he's done some good work in there. Some good left hooks to the body, a couple uppercuts as well, as we head back to the corners.
Come on, man, make a name here. Let's go. 1, 2, 3 combos, you knock him clean, he's out. No, put him down. He'll win here. They're going to give it. He's doing well, but come on. You're looking good. They think I missed the counter. Doesn't matter. They're just going to catch him. Boom, boom, trying to time you. Boom. That's what you want. You can time nothing. You're too good for him. Give me some water. All day, baby. All day. You can do this all day now.
Fast round, round 8.
Box. Round 8 now underway. Thabiso MCHUNU opens the round up with a nice body shot there. Messaging in the MCHUNU corner. Trying to rally their fighter, trying to get him to be a little bit busier. Instilling that confidence in him that he can hurt GADZHIMAGOMEDOV. Again, trying to read between the lines here. That may also be a suggestion that he might need to hurt GADZHIMAGOMEDOV, given how this fight has gone thus far. There was a little bit of frustration from MCHUNU. You heard him communicating with his corner, saying, when I try something, he counters and he steps out. That has been an issue. Again, is the counter-punching ability of GADZHIMAGOMEDOV that has allowed him land shots like that and to move as quickly in the pros as he has. Terrific uppercut from GADZHIMAGOMEDOV. Now has MCHUNU against the ropes. MCHUNU doesn't seem bothered by that shot, but the temperature has certainly gone up here in the 8th. Big left hand there from GADZHIMAGOMEDOV. Just wraps around the guard of MCHUNU. Looks like some swelling might be developing under the eye of MCHUNU after that shot. We'll get a look at it in the corner, perhaps. Pace is picking up dramatically here in the 8th. GADZHIMAGOMEDOV oozing confidence as we get into the later rounds of our main event. Home run counter over the top, but it was just those direct right hands from GADZHIMAGOMEDOV, just kind of flicking them out there, almost throwing them, delivering them the way you would a jab. But they connect as he continues to stay busy, and now back on that long, rangy jab. And he will back MCHUNU into his own corner. We come to the end of round 8. 2 to go in our main event.
Пока вы не маши, пока вы не. Все правильно сделал, все хорошо. 9-й раунд. 9-й раунд пустым. Все идет хорошо. Перейди рукой быстро. Джеб. В начале раунда повнимательнее будь. Выдох. Вторую половину прибавь остроту сейчас. Работай. Загал было. Не отпускай туда. Не отпускай.
Девятый раунд, round 9.
Box. 2 rounds remain here in our main event between Muslim GADZHIMAGOMEDOV, the WBA Bridgerweight champion, and the former world title challenger Thabiso MCHUNU. Bridgerweight title not on the line here tonight, but big opportunities certainly on the line for the winner of this one. GADZHIMAGOMEDOV has carved out a nice little niche for himself, of course, with his stature as an Olympic medalist, fighting at home in Russia, hanging out in the Bridgerweight division, but a lot of intrigue exists if he can get down to the cruiserweight limit as well, perhaps even challenge some heavyweights as well. At 6'4", he has the frame to be able to do that. Of course, a double world amateur champion at heavyweight. amateur heavyweights, of course, much smaller than the monsters that we see at the top of the pro heavyweight division. MCHUNU trying to roll underneath and land shots like that. Just clubbing right hands over the top. Hasn't been able to land that one flush. There's a better one. Good right hook from Thabiso MCHUNU. MCHUNU's coach said before the fight, we need a change of momentum in his career, and hopefully this could be it. If he could win this fight, we could go down to cruiserweight and get a big fight. Or perhaps, they say, if he wins, maybe a rematch with GADZHIMAGOMEDOV's Bridgerweight title on the line the next time around. If not, there will certainly be question marks about where MCHUNU goes next. Final 15 seconds of round 9. MCHUNU walks into a nice counter right hand from GADZHIMAGOMEDOV. Just 3 minutes to work with if MCHUNU wants to pull off another upset in Russia.
He's not on your level.
You're getting better, baby. You're getting better. Got the gunshot.
You absolute king. You come from a lineage of warriors. You come from warriors.
What great players do, they make the play in these moments.
Last round 10.
Great players. Don't give him nothing. You don't sit, you don't wait. For nothing. Okay.
Look so good on the front foot. Stay on the front.
Заключительный 10-й раунд. Round 10. The final round. И ваша поддержка Москва!
Box. 10th and a final round. Thabiso MCHUNU's corner telling him, hey, big-time players make big-time plays in big-time moments. We've referenced all the heartbreak that MCHUNU has had in moments that seemed like they would be life and career-altering against Junior Makabu, against Yamil Peralta in March of last year. And he finds something magical here in the 10th round. Or will Muslim GADZHIMAGOMEDOV continue on the tremendous fast track that he's been on in the professional ranks? Good right hands on the inside from GADZHIMAGOMEDOV. Uppercuts to the body and a short straight right hand. Hard right hand to the body from GADZHIMAGOMEDOV. That right hand off the pivot that he landed that buzzed MCHUNU in the second round. He brings it downstairs. Same move, same shot, different place. And now look at the footwork of the Olympic silver medalist. In a round where MCHUNU needed to turn up the aggression, it's the champion who's beating him in that department who is taking the initiative in the final round. Boy, GADZHIMAGOMEDOV could very much have just gone on his bicycle in this round, and in all likelihood, still would have won a decision. Instead, he has taken the fight to MCHUNU. As he riles up some crowd support in the final 30 seconds of the contest. Absolute desperation in the voices of the MCHUNU corner. We are running out of time and running out of hope for The Rock as he has been stymied by the WBA Bridgerweight champion, Muslim GADZHIMAGOMEDOV. And that is a set of skills that is a lot to deal with. If you take a look back at some of GADZHIMAGOMEDOV's handiwork in the final round, just the complexity of the footwork, the hand speed, seemingly too much for the 36-year-old Bridgerweight version of Thabiso MCHUNU to deal with tonight. After 10 hard-fought rounds, the scores are in the ring. Let's send it down to the center of the ring for the official decision.
Итак, уважаемые дамы и господа, аплодисменты обоим участникам главного боя! Итак, по завершении главного события обратимся к судейским запискам. After the end of the main event, we go to the judges' scorecards. Судьи 1 и 2 одинаково оценили этот поединок 190. Judges 1 and 2 are in agreement, scoring the same 190. И судья номер 3 191. Judge number 3 Scored about 191. Таким образом, единогласным решением судей одержал победу и остается не знающим поражений Муслим GADZHIMAGOMEDOV! Россия! И аплодисменты его сопернику Thabiso The Rock MCHUNU! Общее фото! Общее фото, please! Group photo, please!
So Muslim GADZHIMAGOMEDOV with the unanimous decision victory. You heard the scores, 100-90 twice. 100-91. GADZHIMAGOMEDOV picks up the biggest victory of his pro career. What a night of action we've had here at IBA Champions Night at the International Boxing Center in Moscow. Got a look at some of the future talents in the sport of boxing and one of boxing's reigning world champions in GADZHIMAGOMEDOV to close the show here in Moscow. Thank you to everyone for tuning in here tonight. I'm Corey Erdman saying so long, and we'll see you at the fights.